What is up, folks? Happy Friday. Happy Fighting Game Friday. We're going to play some fighting games. D, thank you very much for the jaxophone. Trap, what's up? I think you guys know how this works. We actually have a rare back-to-back Fighting Game Fridays because I wanted to stream tonight, and I, much like last week, didn't really have anything else planned or set up. And I had such a blast last week, as I do every time we do these streams, that I figured, fuck it, let's do it once again.
1, 2, 3, break it down.
Future Trap, it's Saturday. Well, happy Saturday to you then. Makes no difference to me. We're still going to play some fighting games. And we'll get started with that very shortly. I need to do a little bit of housekeeping here and set a thing up or two before we can open up our first poll for the evening. I should also, by the way, take a look at my stream request stuff, make sure that that's all set up, which it kind of isn't. Bear with me for a minute, guys. We'll just enjoy the jams. Let me go to my Twitch control panel kind of a thing, whatever it's called, the dashboard.
1, 2, 3, break it down.
Where are we? Channel points. There we are. Let's enable this challenge, and we'll enable the pick the next game reward a little later tonight. But we'll stick to the raffle system for the time being. So I shall set up our first raffle here. Of course, if by some miracle you're here and have no idea what's going on, we're going to play some fighting games. And the way it works is I've got a nice little list of games that you can pick from. You can type !VS or !list. Both of them will give you the same link. The spreadsheet, there we go. Nico Jazz, what's up? Electro, by the way, what's up? Chili eating stream when? Well, I'll have you know I just finished the last of my chili for dinner tonight, and it was delicious. So, I don't know, whenever I make some more. We're going to play games. We do a raffle to determine who gets to pick the next game. Winner gets to pick a game from the list, and we play it for usually somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour, depending a bit on how obstinate I am about trying to beat it, maybe. There's no set schedule per se, but somewhere around there. I usually want to give each game kind of a fair shake at least. I mean, that's pretty much the long and short of it, right? So let's do that. Actually, let me just start it. Oh, maybe if I can spell, it's gonna help. Boom, raffle's open. Type raffle in chat. Some kind of variation on the words raffle. As long as the letters are contained within that order, within your message, you will be entered. Since we're just chilling here, waiting for the first raffle to take place, I was looking through my shelves here behind me a little bit, trying to figure out if there was something I wanted to play tonight. And I kind of looked through my 360 shelf because I know that I have a lot of unplayed games that I want to get to at some point, and I feel like my kind of random, like, fuck it, let's play Wheelman. I had a good time with that game, and that kind of kicked off the whole Spy Hunter thing. It was fun. So I figured I should probably look at whatever other games I have and just pick one and go with it at some point. And I found some interesting games that I, of course, had no real memory of owning. I'm starting to piece together, not exactly a plan per se, but I saw a few games that I want to play, but I specifically saw a few games that actually feel like they might fit in decently into some kind of Halloween-y, horror-esque theme. Hello, Cal, what's up? Happy Friday. Because I've been thinking I would like to do some kind of, mark the occasion. And I was about to say that I'm not a big Halloween person. Well, Halloween isn't the big thing here in Sweden, but I love dressing up. I love kind of the horror aesthetic, even though I'm not into, like, horror, actual scary horror. I like the trappings of horror stuff. Like, you know, I like monsters and slasher flicks and whatever. So I would enjoy Halloween. I'm just really lazy about it, I guess, is the thing. So I don't usually make a big deal out of it. But last year we played through the Splatterhouse reboot, and that was actually a lot of fun. See that big old mask? Whoa, right there. Force perspective here. That mask right there. It's marking the memory of, I guess, pretty much exactly a year ago. I'd picked up Splatterhouse from CEX in London that we went to with work. Well, I mean, we didn't go on a work outing to CEX, but we went on a work trip to London. And as part of that trip, I popped into a CEX shop and was able to pick up a copy of Splatterhouse. So when we got back from London, which was in mid to late October, I was like, fuck it, let's celebrate Halloween by playing Splatterhouse. And that was really fun. So nothing is set in stone, but if possible, I would like to do something like that again, maybe over the second half of October or so. And as it happens, because I've been thinking about that for a couple of weeks, maybe even longer, without really having a good idea of what I should be playing. Without giving too much away, I've found some stuff in my collection that I figured might work out for something like that. So, possible Halloween-themed streams upcoming. So, stay tuned for that. However, we've had this raffle open for a bit. I think it's about time to do our first pull here. Let's do a last call. If you're just now joining and would like to have the chance of picking the first game of the evening, type raffle in chat in the next 10 to 20 seconds, after which I will pull a winner, and they'll get to pick the first game. Speaking of October and Halloween, I also dug out my skull cup here. I figured I just start using this again now. I like this thing. These came in very handy, by the way, when I had the fucking mask and I needed to be able to drink, which was not easy, but at least possible with this straw here. So yeah, I'm happy to have an opportunity to bust this thing out again. All right, guys, let's pull the winner. Trap. Boom. Congrats. You are the picker of the first game. And raffle is no longer open. Sword Fam, what's up? You just barely missed the first raffle, but you will have plenty of opportunities later on tonight. And happy Friday to you, sir. PS1 or 360? Well, the choice is yours. The choice is all yours. Wouldn't know what to pick if I won. Yeah, see, I have the same problem. That's why I'm putting it in you guys' hands. It's quite convenient. And yeah, that's why these streams are so much fun, because it's not like these are games I wouldn't ever play, but when they get picked, it's like, oh, okay, cool. It's a surprise. And Trap has made an excellent choice. Zero Divide 2, The Secret Wish. These games fucking own hard. They're like Virtua Fighter clones, basically, right? So let's get our arcade stick ready here. And do a little bit of setup here. Yeah, Zero Divide 2 in particular has pretty hot jams. Maybe you're referring to the C64 Batman jams. Pretty hot, those two. But yeah, it's funny because like I'm not usually super into the kind of robot aesthetic. What was it? Yeah. I wanted to look up my memory card stuff here. Give me a sec. Just need to check if I have save data for this that I want to use. But they definitely do. You know, as far as like characters and stuff, like robot characters usually aren't my favorite. Zero Divide card C. Okay. But the aesthetic of the Zero Divide games is quite well executed. Especially, you know, from a technical standpoint and from an aesthetic standpoint. The second one especially, it runs at 60 FPS and it's got some pretty cool stages and stuff, and it's just a pretty fucking sick game. It's probably, yeah, it's still powered up here. So, let's set this up. Let's hop on over here. And we'll do this, and we'll get the cover art going here. And actually, I guess I should probably find the game too, huh? Oh yeah, I need to set up the capture. All this stuff to set up. It'll be worth the wait though, because this is a really good game. Where are we? That's 0 divided 1. I need to find disk 2. If this is not in here, I might have to do a little bit of digging. It might actually be in its case, unless it's here. It should be easy enough to find out. They should be alphabetized here. Yeah, there we go. 0 divide 2. Ugh. Be with you in a sec, guys. Go. Yeah, Axe Battler, he's on duty there. So which is the? Oh yeah, it's this HDMI, I think. PlayStation out of range. Oh, it looks like we're getting signal at least. So updating this to the correct resolution. Stop the music. Hey, there we go. Whenever I see a Batman game in the wild, I think, where's this one? It's Jig's tier list. Well, if you want to find out, there's an easy way. You can simply visit www.ga.com, look up my complete ranking of Batman games, and you'll get your ranked order right there. Oh yeah, let me change this so I can actually see the game. Zoom presents a 3D polygonal fighting. It's gonna be good. Yeah, let's do that, I guess. All right, we got some resolution switching. Bahamut KOTD, what's up? Happy Friday. If you want to pick game for me, you will need to win a raffle, which we will do as soon as we're done playing this game. You're happy, you're welcome to express excitement over games or make your voice heard in case you want to influence someone else's pick. But we have a system for picking games, and that's how it works. All right. Oh, dude, look at this shit. It's just fucking peak PlayStation aesthetics. It's like I feel like that's a topic that comes up often here. Like, there's not one specific. Oh wow, okay, hang on. I just realized it did something weird with the resolution there. It got cropped in a very strange way, but that's fine. As long as the game looks all right. There's like a bunch of different. Oh yeah, what the? Okay, hang on. Crop is definitely not set up correctly. Oh, fuck, I used the wrong one. There we go. That looks a lot better. I have a bunch of like cropping presets and I just used the wrong one, but I think we're okay now. Yeah, like there's obviously like the 90s anime stuff. I wouldn't even pigeonhole it into like any one specific slot, but it's more like one of those diagrams with like multiple axes, and you end up with a dot somewhere on that, like a coordinate system. I feel like that's PS1 aesthetics, and whatever you would label the axes, this one is like right at the end of one of them anyway, because it's just the most this kind of aesthetic. Tomacroner, what's up? What's cracking is we're gonna play some 0 Divide 2. Let's just double check my settings here. So again, this is full-on Virtua Fighter type game. So we got the PKG setup. But because we were on this weird stick, whoops. Okay, that's not how that works. Can I do this then? Yeah. Okay. It looks really weird, but that's because the button layout on my stick is weird. So yeah, the game has Virtua Fighter controls, and some of the characters are, to a degree, analogs to Virtua Fighter characters, but not necessarily like fully. Oh yeah, it had the. Okay, let me just double check now, because of course this changed now also. So you can see there it says complete one. So we beat the game with one character, and I want to say that you can unlock something, or there's something or other that happens if you beat the game with every character, or something like that. I believe that's the case. Let me just organize my timer here, and we'll try to give this a full playthrough here. I guess wall wire is if there's ring outs or walls. I'm not sure if there's default setting is here. Let's keep it to on. We would probably want ring outs, but let's see how this works. The game actually has a pretty sophisticated, if not convoluted, ledge like grabbing system. Time track training story. Well, I guess we're doing story mode. Or is this the... Well, I don't know. We're picking story and see what happens.
Sometime in the 21st century, after the release of a secret data library by a group of mysterious hackers caused shock to the information bureaus around the world, commonly known as the Xtal Tower incident. It was finally brought to its end by destructing the suspected virtual program Xtal, which controlled the library. The operation was almost a success that the information confusion was reduced to the minimum. Out of the data collected after Xtal's breakdown, some information regarding the mysterious group they thought pulled the retrieved.
Sorry.
As a result of the investigation, the existence of some people whom the information bureaus thought to have
some
conspired
settings.
as a group came to light, and thus the search began.
Like, this feels like an intro to like a sick adventure game or something, but nah, it's a fucking robot virtual reality fighting game.
Escaping hackers took a year to succeed, and the perpetrators were finally identified.
The music in this game, the presentation, like, it's so fucking sick.
Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals from various countries were rounded up and taken to custody. These individuals created the suspected virtual program to become the root of the incident and release them over the network, eventually to develop as the Xtal Tower Library. They seem to have acted in accordance with one particular belief. Surprisingly, they were not directly acquainted and have never met each other personally. A few years ago, the 4 met over the network, referred to each other using codenames alone, and maintained a relationship confined over cyberspace.
Xtal hackers leader. Oh, what's up, Kite Star? Happy Friday. I was gonna say Zoom's lesser known IPs. I don't know. This is
seem to have reached its end.
all they're known for, as far as I'm concerned.
And who claims to be Exe began to tell a shocking revelation during the interrogation. Our real purpose is not terrorism, to upset the world nor create global disorder. We have no interest in such things. To create something that would endlessly absorb the overflowing knowledge, the information and things like these over the net. Something that could exist forever. Yes, something like a god. Xtal is just an overseer. Whatever happens doesn't matter. The information compiled by that bum will be compressed and transmitted to this god as planned. And very soon, she, Eve, will activate. Now that the required information has been stored for her to reign over as God in the sea of endless information.
Good
She
morning.
knows everything. She sees everything. If she is activated, it will be impossible to stop her existence. Once in operation, she decides for her own action. What happens next is unpredictable, but there are still some chance. Extel's offensive program unit are still around somewhere. But once she is activated, those guys might be deleted for being eyesores. Go and access those guys. They are supposed to be secretly changing and lurking over the network on their own will to survive. You must win over her, considering you're human, right?
Fucking cyberspace slap base. Does shit get any cooler than this? I'm not sure. Yeah, Phalanx. I was gonna say I'm vaguely recall here that I think this game and or its predecessor has a version of Phalanx as like a hidden unlockable or something in the game. There's like a shoot 'em up thing in one of these games, if not both. I think. Anyway, that's the story. Let's play. So we, of course, played through the game with Io because she's the coolest. She's a sexy cat lady, but she's also kind of Sarah from Virtua Fighter. But because we've beaten it with her, we should pick someone else. We've got Zero, who's like the protagonist. He's like a ninja, I think. There's Tao, the weird poison scorpion. Wild 3, who's like the armor or army soldier guy. Eos, who's I guess a judo robot. Oh, okay. Cygnus is the ninja. I guess Zero is just like a martial arts fighting game milquetoast protagonist, except he's a fucking sick cyberspace robot. Draco is the dragon. Narrate. I'm not sure what this character's deal is, but it looks weird. Pixel, I guess, is a nurse. Why not? Cancer is, I guess, some sort of crustacean robot. Nox. Eve. Oh, I bet we unlocked Eve when we beat the game, because I'm pretty sure she's not playable originally. Yeah, dude, Electro, like every unique emblems and icons for each character is like the sickest thing. We're running out of time here, but I'm actually tempted to go Zero just to get the pure Zero Divide experience here. Socrates, Itinerant Soldier, welcome, welcome. Did I miss Tao Feng? If it's marked as red on the list, then yes. We certainly didn't play it tonight. But we may have played it for this challenge. I don't exactly remember. Dude, look at this fucking silky smooth 60 FPS. It's so sick. Oh yeah, there's like fucking armor breaks. Like, look how fucking sick this looks. Dude, this game fucking rules. I love this game so much.
Ready? Go.
Pick up the manual or something to learn some moves, but we'll be fine. Yeah, this game is just straight up a Virtua Fighter clone. It has some characters who are not like full-on clones, but kind of analogs to certain VF characters. Like I said, Io, the cat lady, has a lot of Sarah's moves.
Knockout.
Can I do it?
Zero. Win.
I'm trying to figure out if I have a fast down attack. But if I do, I didn't find it.
Get set. Ready? Go.
Yeah, see that knee right there? That's like the Sarah knee. Oh, dude, that's pretty sick. So there's definitely like moves here and there that you kind of recognize. Did I just sidestep? Oh, okay, that's a thing, I guess. There's definitely a sidestep. I don't know how I did it. Yeah, the movement, the jumping, like just the inputs, everything is very, very similar to Virtua Fighter, which is awesome. Not just because Virtua Fighter is sick, but it's kind of unique on the PlayStation, right? There are other Virtua Fighter. Try to crouch guard that, but they're like Goiken Muyo 2. Like those, the Goiken Muyo games are definitely more of a Virtua Fighter clone than this. But I think more games on PlayStation either veer closer to Tekken or like a 2D game or its own thing altogether.
Win. Get set.
Hard to keep up with chat here. Load times? No, I mean, I'm playing on PS2, but even so, there's not a bunch of like tedious transition screens or anything. Like just actually very similar to DOA on PS1, although this came out before it. The way it sort of advertises the next match immediately on the win pose, or like win screen.
Knockout.
And just get right into it.
0. Win. Get set. Ready? Go.
Oh, sick circular kicks and shit. I kind of really want to know how the sidestepping works, but nice, she whiffed. Oh, okay, I'm pretty... Nope. Oh, yeah, time over. Oh, well, I would have lost.
EO. Win.
Yeah, the like the graphic design of all the like signage and logos and like type treatment, like all that stuff is so slick. Like exactly the stuff that's so well done and like a lot of manuals and stuff for PS1, like Japanese games, like print materials and just kind of yeah, typography, logo design, all that stuff. Whoop. Yep, this is a cool thing in this game.
Knockout. 0. Win.
No, that's what I call cool. Freaking logos, like, oh, it's so, like, and the characters are surprisingly detailed. Like, the first game has a very kind of blocky look to it and not a lot of texture detail. Which is like, there's definitely quite a few robot games on PS1 that kind of leverage the simplicity of the designs to make something that's less taxing. But this game doesn't really even do that. Like, the designs are pretty simple, but the models themselves are fairly detailed. There's like not a lot of flat color surfaces.
Ready? Go.
The stage is pretty damn cool. Like, even those like hit sparks. Yo, okay, that throw though. Shit. It's a little hard to see what's going on here on the stage. Oh, okay. Obviously fucked that up, but shit. Okay, we're alive still.
Cygnus. Win.
Yeah, the soundtrack is really good.
Ready? Go.
There's some kind of soul charge mechanic in this game. I have no idea how it works. You like tap guard a few times, I think. I thought that's how I activated it before. Maybe not.
Knockout.
I was gonna say the fact that we got this far on one credit is we're doing pretty decent anyway.
Get set. Ready?
Right back into it.
Go.
The way it should be. Oh, dude. Fucking launching wake-up attack? What is this, MKX? Timer's short, but that's just like Virtua Fighter. If Virtua Fighter did it, it can't be a bad idea.
Knockout.
But it's definitely kind of Virtua Fighter 2 style. There's no like quick automatic ukemi, like to get up real quick.
Ready? Go.
Although it does, it did came out after Virtua Fighter 3. well, okay.
Yes. Win.
But it makes sense that they would copy more off Virtua Fighter 2.
Go.
And also, I'll have you know, sure, there's a reason Virtua Fighter didn't do uneven stages after 3, but it was hella sick, and it was cool at the time. Oh shit! Oh, dude, the mid jump kick, got him.
0. Win.
Yeah, you can like press buttons for a while during the win pose. That's such a cool little touch. This game fucking owns.
Get set. Ready.
Keep clean,
Go.
hospital hell. But like this is a pretty detailed stages. And also it didn't really occur to me, but I guess there are walls. Like there's not every arenas have like different shapes and different like some have high walls, full walls. And I guess this little green wireframe is the wire wall setting, but I wasn't sure what it did.
Knockout. 0.
Oh, wait.
Win.
Was it 3P to do the stomp?
Get set. Ready. Go.
Yeah, okay. Oh, so that... Okay, I was wondering how I did the weird backflip, and that's actually his quick down attack. Ah. Yeah, the uneven stages in Tekken 4 are, like, very broken. And I'm not sure, actually. It might be that it also did...
Win.
Like, one of the problems with the stages in BF3 is not only that they're weird, but they give, like, uneven advantages to player 1 and 2, which is
Get
maybe not
set.
great.
Ready. Go.
Oh, okay, it's fucking just a pink alien. Sure, why not? Got him, okay. Down attacks don't do like an awful lot of damage, which is frankly probably a good thing.
Knockout.
Got him.
0. Win. Get
I don't have
set.
time to like read chat or drink. That's the only problem with this game. Oh, I got some sick guitars coming up. Like the hits are just so chunky. Like it's cool that it's like in some ways, of course, derivative of Virtua Fighter, but everything that it adds that is not taken from Virtua Fighter is done so well. Like the aesthetics and even like some of the chunky hit effects and stuff like that. It's done
Brave. Win.
just as well as you'd seen in any other like top tier fighting game,
Go.
like Tekken or Bloody Roar or something like that. Like Bloody Roar, I would say certainly as far as PlayStation games go and like presentation, it's definitely up there. It might not be like the quote-unquote best fighting game, and it's not a top-tier fighting game in other senses, perhaps. But in terms of like visual panache, there's few that beat it for sure.
Get set. Ready. Go.
Sick throw tech animations. Like, I guess Tekken 4, it wasn't purely the slopes that were problematic. There's definitely, I've seen like those KYSG combo videos with like 100% combos on any stage that has walls, basically. 2P, nope. Oh, fuck. Oh, I won. Nice.
0. Win. Get set. Ready. Go.
Dude, I feel like lately we've been playing so many games that is like, fuck, I gotta get this soundtrack. We played that Aero Dive, the skydiving game, had sick music. Crazy Climber 2000 is a game I've been thinking of a lot lately, and I want to say that had some pretty good music.
Knockout.
What else did we play? There was something else we played recently that was like unexpectedly sick music. Yeah, I'm sure you could find most of the music easily. It's just that I haven't bothered looking for it.
Go.
Oh, dude, the slap bass going wild. Oh, of course. Oh yeah, Critical Velocity had sick music for sure.
Eos win.
Oh boy, getting destroyed here, but that's fine. Atomic Runner, redeemed draw this game. Man, those requests are piling up, but I don't mind. They're mostly of pretty fucking awesome games. So happy to add to the collection, to the gallery. Which, by the way, if you want to see more of my stream-related artworks, you can find them on Twitter and Discord. But I did recently launch the Jigga.com gallery.
Eos win.
If you go to my website, I do have a gallery with some artists' commentary, or whatever you would call it. So do feel free to check that out. I've actually started working on the Star Gladiator illustration, which is the next one. I have a fun idea for that I think, well, I hope people are going to appreciate. The other games in the queue were, I was going to say a lot of fighting games. Not surprising because we've been playing a lot of fighting games, I guess. But X-Men Mutant Academy. And then Lamisar went on a spree
Ready?
requesting not just Star Gladiator, but also Joust 2 and Sinistar, which those should be pretty fun. Yeah, it's got a pretty strong Kexfoclad vibe. Kexfoclad being a Swedish like chocolate wafer, chocolate bar kind of thing, just like quite popular. Well, we got him.
0 win.
Alas, out of points. Well, points well spent. I hope anyway. I mean, I think so, but you're gonna have to be the judge of that, I suppose. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research and thinking of about how to best represent this game. Now this is a fucking fighting game theme. Oh, oh, that's a sick throw. Fucking 3D fighting games throw animations. Also, the damage on that. Oh yeah, them guitars.
Ready?
You got the PlayStation synth and the rocking guitars. I keep pressing PKG as I land, expecting a quick rise. Which doesn't exist, but just habit. Oh, dude, the fucking big-ass headbutt. But it is pretty cool. I mean, obviously, again, this came after VF3, so it's not exactly breaking new ground. Yo, Atomic Runner rating some bits on the stream. To finish my train of thought. But having these different stages with different shapes, different wall combinations, it's pretty sick. I gotta love when a fighting game adds non-humanoid characters, even better if they're robots. Yeah, like I said, it's not usually my preference. Yeah, the ledges are kind of weird. I guess you gotta throw yourself off the ledge to get ring out like I did.
0 win. Get set. Ready?
But this game does such a sick job. Oh, the fucking 10-foot toss. Looks a little different, but... Oh, you could do, oh yeah, you could do like KG cancels in this. Whoops. Whoa, did I do a mid-air jump kick and also a landing kick? Well, I'm dead.
Over. Draco.
Composer for this did Mr. Mosquito? That's interesting. I can't say I remember that game's music. I did play that a bit on stream before. It's actually a pretty neat game, but I remember it getting really annoying. A little bit into the game. Gets kind of tough. Dude, Draco's fucking throw animations are incredible. Fucking Godzilla screams. Dude, the timer though. Shit. Oh, do the chip damage, or did that actually just hit? Ah, so close.
Draco.
Like, even if you have 2 seconds left, you can do damage real quickly, though, so it's never over till it's over.
Get set. Ready?
Yeah, his throw animations are weirdly long. I keep pressing 9P to do the down attack, but I need to press 8P for it to work. Yeah, you can, like, shimmy, you can crawl. I think you can probably, you can, like, pull the opponent's ankles from the ledge also. But I'm just keeping my safe distance here because I don't know how movement really works, and I don't want to get pulled down.
Get set. Ready? Go.
It's like, I haven't figured out any, like, obvious ways. It's not, like, single or double tapping down, sidestep. It's not guard plus down, I don't think, anyway. Oh, yeah, I can see I did the KG cancel there. Oh, dude, the mid attack. Like, the AI is, like, pretty decent at, like, baiting wake-up attacks and shit. Alright, timer scam this shit. I'm out of here.
0. Win.
Nice. Jumped up the ledge. But I think this game does an incredible job of creating pretty
Get set. Ready?
cool locations with very simple means. Like there's some of the Rock Gym developed fighting games, like Critical Blow and Heaven's Edge. Is that what it's called? I forget. Which also do like impressive amounts, like getting good.
0. Win.
What's the word? Good mileage out of very simple resources.
Go.
But I still think like it adds so much. I think these stages are so much like cooler than just the Tekken style like wallpaper with the infinite floor. Heaven's Gate, right? That's the game. Thanks. Bombs. Nope. Turn around, please. I like that they have like the throw animations for like the weird non-bipedal characters.
Knockout.
Nice. First try.
0. Win.
That's what I call cool. Did I ever play Silent Bomber? No, I have not. The name rings a bell, but I couldn't place it.
Go.
Yeah, I like that of course, as was typical of the era, 2-player costumes are like not quite just color swaps. There's some changes to the design, like this sort of emblems are different. Animation's so good. Oh, dude, the.
0. Win.
But yeah, like you have the platform that you're standing on with some textures and stuff, and you have a little bit of, actually for a game like this, a surprising amount of model geometric detail for the stuff in the back. We played Star Gladiator last week, and that's a game that impresses me in similar ways. Like, sure, it's a 30 FPS game, so they have a little more leeway to do stuff like that, which I guess only makes this all the more impressive.
Knockout.
But it's cool to see, like, it doesn't have to be much. It can't be much. They don't have a lot to work with. But it just creates such a sense of space, but also like the oh, okay, I get it. It's back or forward plus guard to sidestep.
Ring out.
Nice smoke. Got him.
0. Win.
Chin and shoulder with the smoke. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Silent Bomber had a versus mode where you played as the mech bosses. Oh, is that a fighting game?
Get set. Ready?
Oh yeah, now we're fully in virtual reality. This is such a cool space. Such a cool stage. Oh yeah, like, you know, again, this obviously the details in this stage isn't about like establishing a physical space. Oh dude, crouch throws. Oh!
Knockout.
That's pretty sick.
Knocks. Win.
But without these like extra little shapes and stuff in the background, they wouldn't really be able to achieve this feeling. Like the transparent checkerboard floor. Dude. Like input reading me with the low throws as soon as I crouch. Brain busters and shit. We should have played Nox. This guy's sick. Oh, I got punished.
Nox. Win.
Little dance moves. Oh, dude. Action platform kind of game. Had a versus mode.
Go.
Interesting. Like, the name sounds familiar, so I'm sure it's one of those kind of cult games, which could easily mean that it's like $5 billion if you want to buy it, but if not, definitely something I'm going to be on the lookout for. I don't have time to beat him. Well, unless I wrung him out, maybe, but
Nox. Win. Get set.
just sell my collection so I can buy Silent Bomber. I mean, that's pretty brilliant. Should have thought of that. US version is kind of expensive. Well, it doesn't, I mean, that doesn't matter to me, of course. It's not the version I would buy. But sometimes, of course, it can give an indication. Although more often than not, that's not really the case. Dude, I'm so fucking scared to do down attacks. The AI's a little cheap with
Get set.
hopping
Ready,
over your lows and stuff.
go.
Got the PAL version cheap. Yeah. Well, I mean, you never know. Sometimes things can be really expensive in one region and cheap in another for various reasons.
Nox. Win.
But like I said, it's something I'll look into.
Ready, go.
I haven't been able to figure out any other throws. I'm not sure if you can like punish the. I feel like I don't know. When I'm standing on the platform, I feel like I should be able to punish his climbing animation. But if I'm hanging on the ledge climbing up, then of course I'm gonna feel like he shouldn't be able to punish it. Too much swagger, please nerf. Yeah.
Get set.
Do I mostly play fighting games? I'm not sure if I would say mostly, but I would say it is my favorite genre. I play a little bit of everything. I collect old games. You can, if you're new here, if you're on desktop, you can scroll down a bit on the page. You'll see some links. I have a spreadsheet with my game collection, which you can see mostly behind me on my cam. I collect a lot of old Japanese games for PlayStation, Saturn, Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, a little bit of everything.
Win.
I like arcade games, I like action games, I like fighting games.
Go.
But I also like exploring weird stuff and just like, whenever I buy games from Japan, I usually get just a grab bag of a little bit of everything. Mostly stuff I have no idea what it is. And sometimes, almost more often than not, that leads to some really like interesting discoveries.
Knockout. Nox. Win.
Yeah, we actually
Ready, go.
did a little bit of grinding in Midway Arcade Origins. That was a lot of fun. I'm almost sad that we completed it. I wept because there were no more Midway games to master.
Ring out. Nox. Win.
Fucking Triclops looking motherfucker. We'll get him. We'll get him.
Go.
But, like, I don't mind. Like, when you can continue so quickly, like, it's not a bother to redo matches. Yeah, I'm trying to get it. Hang up how the jump kicks work. Oh, a little drop kick, pretty sick. Because they don't quite work like in later VF games where you like hold the buttons, but you like tap.
Go.
like I said, I haven't figured out any other throws. Oh boy. Well, that's lucky. Definitely felt like that was a punishable thing, though. Ugh. Got him. Owned. Good thing I didn't go in there, because I was like, oh, should I pressure him on wake up? Nah, let's play it safe. And by the time I backdashed, I just realized, oh, hey, round's over. Zero versus Eve, so I think this is the boss. Or one of them. We get a little cutscene.
Welcome. I have been waiting for you. I have access to all the information in this network, and I have been given the authority to move in complete freedom by Master Exec. But I can't understand the reason why I am here. Why you have come to destroy me. And why were you tolerated to do such a thing? I will not allow that. Come, yield and give in. You shall become part of me. And then tell me, why do I exist?
Alright, we're fully into some Dural slash, I don't know, like res kind of deal here. With a weird, like, existential whatever. Well, then we get some sick riffs on that. Why not? That should be punishable. I'll do the laugh. Got it. You unlock 2 new characters if you beat the game as Eve. Interesting. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure we unlocked Eve by beating it last time. Because we had her playable, and I don't think she's playable originally. I mean, she's clearly like a boss. But yeah, as far as used games, like, I think, for the most part, Japanese versions are always cheaper. There are exceptions, especially for American, like, what makes games more expensive for the most, I mean, it's supply and demand, right? And there are definitely games that just happen to be far more rare in Japanese versions than in American or European. Or like certain games that happen to have come in some kind of package that is harder to maintain in good condition. So that, like, full copies are just harder to come by. Like, these kind of things happen too. Ah! I wanted to do the Wild Rising, like the Sarah knee, but I fucked it up. Yeah, her throws are cool.
Get set. Ready? Go.
I don't think there's an instant wake up tech roll, but yo, that's a pretty sick throw. But I don't have the manual in front of me, so I can't tell for sure what options there are and are not. But basically, I would say it's more like VF2 than VF4.
Knockout. Eve win. Get set.
But yeah, I was actually thinking just earlier today, actually, I was doing some online banking, and I was activating, I got a new MasterCard a couple of weeks back. My current one, or old one at this point, doesn't expire until next year, but the bank was like, well, we've got a lot of cards that expire at the same time, so we want to, like, distribute it, spread it out a little bit, so you're getting your new card now. But my old one was still valid, so I kept using it because I had to, like, activate my new card and I couldn't be bothered. But I had some trouble buying some stuff online. And I was able to work around that using PayPal money, which you guys, for the most part, had so kindly donated. Money I got from Twitch. But I finally got around to activating my new card, and I was able to buy some PSN money, so it seems like everything is all right with the world, so that's pretty good. But while I was at it, I was like, huh, I've got some surplus cash this month. Maybe I should order some more games from Japan. It's been a few weeks now, so I've been thinking a little bit about it, as one does. Yeah, so I'm pressing PKG every time I get knocked down, just out of habit. Wow. Let's not punish a flip kick.
Knockout. 0 win.
Jax White, welcome, welcome. And yeah, we got the cover art and title right around my face here somewhere. Of course they're gonna fucking throw escape. So that's my 3P. Oh! I'm mashing like crazy to get up, but... yeah, we're done.
Knockout. Eve win. Get set. Ready? Go.
That's a mid, I guess. That makes sense. Like, how is that safe? Well, she's a boss, that's how, I guess. Oh! She can just hang there. I'm sure you can do stuff, but like I said, I don't know how the ledge mechanics really work, so I don't want to... Well, I guess that in that position I had nothing to really lose, but I don't want to expose myself to needless risk. How was I not blocking there? Okay. I wonder if if evades work like in VF, because I'm not sure if I've successfully pulled off a proper evade, because in VF, I'm not entirely sure if it worked like that in VF3, which I suppose it was. This would have been more closely modeled after, because I kind of started playing Virtua Fighter proper in the parry with 4. But the way it's worked in ever since then, and I'm assuming it's the same in 3, is you can evade at any point, or you can like attempt an evade, so to speak, like a sidestep. But mechanically, the evasive properties of the evade only trigger if the opponent attacks. So if I just sidestep like this, well, it's gonna show. That's a pretty good show. If you just sidestep kind of in neutral, so to speak, it's considered a failed evade. And it has no evasive properties. And if the other player delay an attack, it'll hit as if you were standing still. But if you perform the evade as they attack, you hear a little swoosh, like sound effect, and you properly move out of the way. But I have not really been able to do it much, so it's hard to... I haven't been able to piece together if that's how it works here. Given that I haven't really been able to evade anything, I feel like that's probably the case, but I guess I don't know. Ah! Virtua Fighter 3 added the evade button, so there definitely are evades in Virtua Fighter 3. But I've not played the game recently or enough, period, to tell you how they actually works. Alright, that's not too bad. We'll take that. There's some basic hitboxes on that. I think that uppercut, I think it's while standing 6P. Yeah, seems like it. Virtua Fighter 3 is definitely a game I would like to mess around with more just because it is so unique. It's kind of weird to time stuff off moves like that. But at the time, you know, when I had the Dreamcast, I'd always been a Sega fan, of course, but like playing Virtua Fighter seemed like a tough sell when Soul Calibur and DOA 2 were right there. It's definitely, I mean, it's a 1996 game. It was kind of hopelessly outdated by 99-2000. Even if it is not a bad game, like Virtua Fighter, I feel like has always had that reputation as being lacking in spectacle. And I think especially on the Dreamcast, with specifically, I would say, DOA 2 and Soul Calibur, that was like the peak of like, holy shit, look at this 3D fighting game. You know, there had been, you know, 2D fighting games like the Capcom, you know, the Marvel stuff and whatever. But you started to see the late PS1 fighters like Bloody Roar and, I mean, arguably stuff like this, where there's a bit of flash. Like, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this game is flashier than Virtua Fighter. And then Virtua Fighter 3 is like, not only just in terms of style and flavor, a little more reserved, it's also like a couple of years old. If you're not like specifically looking for the Virtua Fighter aspect of it, I think it's a tough sell. Like, I think Virtua Fighter, I love Virtua Fighter. I don't think that's a secret. I think it's always had mechanical, like stuff about it that's exciting on a mechanical level, even if it's not necessarily visually represented in a way that seems immediately flashy. But having said that, I mean, certainly in the later games, in like 5R and Final Showdown with the like 4 bounce combos and shit you can do, like it's definitely got some flashy stuff.
It's over now.
But not on the level of a game like DOA or Soul Calibur, still, obviously. Yeah, I guess we did it.
Without even knowing its own reason for existing, the large-scale network program referred to as EVE was brought to its end. For the Extel hackers who never had any political background, EVE was their own, an entity who was bound to rule over the network. For them, the network program was a way of life. Though it was supposed to be their ultimate symbol, they have left an opportunity to cause its destruction. Rather than claim it like a challenge to humanity, kind of an exaggerated theme, it was probably more like a game that had gone too far. An action without any real purpose, a fact they have even noticed and knew beforehand. If, from now on, the speed of the communication circuits greatly improve, and softwares like the offensive program unit exist and disperse data over the network, and on its own free will lurk around the world's network, and if that time is indeed coming near, who can tell what we may have in the future? And if the future gets controlled, what good does it bring the human race? And yet, a godlike domain remains too far to reach.
Yeah, the writing and the vocal performance is just a little bit off, but they're still sick. Fucking presentation of this game is just top tier. Pretty sick. Hey, Tepid Snake, what's up, by the way? I'm not sure if I saw you before or said hello, but welcome, welcome. A whole bunch of you in here. You have to apologize if I miss saying hello to somebody. Oh, this is such a cool game. Voice actors, Alan J., Mary Cochran. Chris Pepler's office. This game is made by the same guy that thought up Mr. Mosquito. Dude, that's so sick. Like, thank you to all the writers, like, hyping up the game. Fighting gamers. This game fucking owns. It's pretty fun. Like, I was so excited. Yeah, this game is dedicated to all the fighting gamers who are fighting the injustices of the world, or whatever it says, the Snatcher intro. Who spend every day of their lives fighting against injustice, whatever it is. But yeah, like, it's funny. Like, my my recollection of of Zero Divide from back in the day was playing it once, like in a toy store, and thinking it was shit. Not being impressed with it whatsoever. And, you know, it's a well-established fact that I was basically an idiot back then with no taste. I mean, I was a child. Of course I was an idiot. But I'm curious, like, I can't help but wonder why, like, that's what sticks out in my memory. Playing it thinking, wow, this is bad. Is it because the models looked flat and Toshinden had more detailed characters? Is that what I would have compared it to? Is Toshinden... Because I don't think I ever really played Tekken 1. I didn't really get to play much Virtua Fighter before that either. So, like, I'm curious what my frame of reference would even have been. Was it simply that I thought it was clunky compared to 2D fighters? I don't remember. So I bought Zero Divide 1, I think, kind of on a whim, just because it was something I remembered from my childhood, and it's a fighting game. So anything that's a fighting game is something I will be theoretically interested in adding to my collection, no matter what. And I bought it, and I was like, what the fuck? This is a Virtua Fighter clone? I had no idea. That's pretty sick. And there's a sequel? I gotta buy Zero Divide 2. And Zero Divide 1 is a cool game. I think it has the exact same flavor as this, just not quite as well executed. But then, of course, it's 30 FPS and it's a little clunkier. It's, you know, you would expect a decent amount of technical evolution in a sequel to a 3D fighting game on the PS1, and that's exactly what you get with this game. So that was quite the journey to rediscover this series. The point may have been as recent as last week. Yeah. Do I own Zero Divide 3? I've heard of Zero Divide 3 exactly once, and it was about 2 seconds ago. Never heard of such a thing existing. If it does, it's definitely something I'm gonna have to acquire. Horseplay, what's up? Happy Friday. Yeah, Toshinden is pretty crap as far as like how it plays. Toshinden 2 is like kind of alright in a way, if you can stretch a little bit. And Desert on the Saturn, I wouldn't say it's much better, but it's an interesting game. Desert is kind of a spin-off from Toshinden. It's published by Takara, and Eiji is like a hidden character in it. I don't know if it takes place in the same universe or what, but it's kind of connected somehow. But yes, the artwork and character designs in the original Toshinden games are incredible. We played a bit of all three of them not too long ago, and because I'd had Toshinden S and Toshinden Ura on the Saturn since forever, like since I started. Those were some of the early games I got when I was starting to collect back in like 06, which are basically Saturn ports of Toshinden 1 and 2. And I know that 3 is a game that a lot of people hold in high regard because it has a ton of characters and stuff. But I definitely prefer 2. I was pretty disappointed with Toshinden 3. It's just kind of a weird game. Toshinden on the Game Boy? I mean, the bar for Game Boy fighting games is not super high, so I could see it being cool for what it is. I could also see it being legitimately better than the PlayStation games in some ways. Anyway, I think I saved, but let's do it again just to be sure. Yeah, I have Toshinden 1, 2, and 3 in the 2 Saturn ones, but I don't have, what is it called? Nitoshinden, and there's like a spin-off puzzle game or something. I don't have those games. And I don't have the Wii Toshinden, but I'm not sure if that really counts. Anyway, there's no like music, like sound test. That's unfortunate, but, Versus Mode Records. Oh, we got Time Attack. Played character counts, yeah. All this shit, like record keeping. Oh, this is cool. Anyway, thank you very, very much for picking this. I was thinking for a second that I'd play a second playthrough with Eve. Because it felt like we were making such good pace, but then we had to continue like 12 times on Eve, and I kind of don't want to go through that again. I would love to play this game more. It's awesome, but we've got like fucking 200 other games to get through. So, I think we should say thank you and goodbye to Zero Divide 2 for now. And we'll play it again in the future, I'm sure. Once I get that artwork completed of it, we'll see that artwork flip by in the slideshow every now and then. I'll be reminded and think, you know what? Zero Divide 2, that's a fucking sick game. I should play that again. And we'll probably come back to it at some point. However, we shall now move on to something else, and we shall move on by ways of the raffle. So give me a sec here, and I shall set up a new raffle so we can pick the next game. Zero Divide 3 might have been referring to Zero Divide The Final Conflict, which is Saturn exclusive. Not sure if it's a port or a unique game. Interesting. Final Wish. Yeah, there was a PC version of the first game, I think, and was the first game also on Saturn? It might have been. I'm not exactly sure. But guys, the raffle's open. Let's just chill in the attract mode and soak up a little bit more of these strong Zero Divide 2 vibes. I was going to say, this is a PlayStation game. I should only have to wait about 5 seconds before the attract mode kicks in. Dude, fucking scorpion giant swing. Like, it's so impressive that they have, like... I mean, this is 97, and then fucking 11 years later or whatever. Well, 9 years later, I guess. Mortal Kombat Armageddon has to put a fucking curse on Motaro that removes his hind legs so they can just make a bipedal version of it because it's too hard to make a character with 4 legs. Like the fact that they have these kind of unique throw animations and shit to make it like it's just pretty impressive. It's very rare to see that degree of like variety in body shapes and proportions in a 3D fighting game, especially at this time, I feel. Presentations fucking too good. Yeah, Lemonsar, in Mortal Kombat Armageddon, the gimmick of that game, basically, right, is that they recycled assets as a way of being able to put every single playable character up until that point into the game as a playable character. So it has everyone from MK1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I guess. Armageddon's the 7th one, including all the bosses. And everyone has to kind of like fit on the same skeleton, so... I guess some characters are maybe larger, but like not really. And then, yeah, Motaro just is, he's kind of a, I don't know what you'd call it, like a fawn, I guess. Like it's not a centaur. He has 2 legs. And it's pretty stupid. Well, it's not a minotaur because he's not a bull. He's more like, I don't know, he's got like ram's horns, right? Satyr, yeah, something like that, I guess. Well, he still has his metal tail. I mean, it's a pretty extreme compromise, but they came up with an appropriately Mortal Kombat-esque, stupid, convoluted, you know, contrivance to justify it narratively, and he's in the game, so that's cool, I guess. But yes, unbelievably dumb is accurate. It's also, I feel, a term that could reasonably correctly describe Mortal Kombat in many ways, especially, I would say, at that point in time. Speaking of Mortal Kombat, did y'all see the Rain gameplay trailer? He actually looks cool. I'm impressed. I've never cared for Rain, but I think he actually looks cool in MK11. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually looking forward to his release in about a month. Actually, pre-ordered MK11 Ultimate today, or technically Combat Pack 2, because I already own all the other stuff. I'm looking forward to messing with new characters. Alright, we got some entrants to the raffle here. Let's do a last call here. If you want to have a chance of picking the next game, type raffle in chat. And you could be the lucky winner, and I'll pull the name in about 10 to 20 seconds. Cause FX, happy Friday. Welcome, welcome. Midway dictated. Yeah, it was funny. Like Midway, they were supposed to do the Mortal Kombat yearly. Like it was supposed to be an annual series, and that lasted for about 2 years. Although, I mean, I guess if you count some of the like they released Deception in 04, Shaolin Monks in 05, Armageddon in 06, and then in 07 they released. Well, like, in 2005, they also released a GameCube version of Deception and the PSP MK Unchained, which was a port of Deception. And the GameCube and PSP versions added Goro and Shao Kahn. So then they did Shaolin Monks, and then they did Armageddon. And in 2007, they ported Armageddon to the Wii with motion controls and... trying to remember, was the female chameleon only in the Wii version? Or I think she might have been. Unchained also added the MKDA characters. Okay, interesting. I never played it. That makes sense, I suppose. Oh yeah, yeah, because male chameleon was in the original release, and female chameleon was only in the Wii version. That's right. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, so it was supposed to be an annual thing. That was like they were supposed to do like mainline games and spin-off games. And that didn't last very long because the Paradox Studio, or Paradox Development, whatever they're called, the guys who made Wu-Tang, the Wu-Tang fighting game, and who also made one of the Spy Hunter games, I think the one with The Rock, I forget. I think they did something else we played recently, I can't remember. Anyway, they did Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. During development, they were acquired by Midway and became Midway LA. After Shaolin Monks... Dude, this stage, though. Fucking fighting in a closet. They were planning a sequel to Shaolin Monks called Fire and Ice, or that was like the working title, starring Scorpion and Sub-Zero. But that was canceled, and Midway didn't last very long after that. They went under in 2009. And in 2008, I guess they did actually... No, hang on. No, 2008 didn't have an MK release, but MKDC, I think, was very early 2009. Actually, it might have been late 2008. Alright. I said last call like 2 minutes ago. So, let's do it. Let's pull a winner. Kaze FX. Boom. Congrats. You have won the raffle. Let's remove this little signage here. And congrats. Peruse the list and pick a game. Yeah, I was getting confused because Wheelman, I think, was in spring of 2009. It was among the very last games to come out before Midway. It was so late, in fact, that it was not published by Midway in North America. It was published by like Ubisoft or something. But it was published by Midway in Europe. And was developed by one of the Midway studios. Of course, in collaboration with Vin Diesel's Tygon Entertainment. But yeah, like MKDC had Quan Chi and Harley Quinn was planned as DLC characters for that game, but they never released them. And I can only assume it was because of turmoil with the company, because the game itself sold well, so I don't think that was like a factor. You want a game? Well, you want the opportunity to pick a game. You can look at the list if you type !VS, or I can do it for you if you'd like. I don't think it's linked right there, but there you go. Pick a game from the list. And I will play that game. That's how this works. MKDC sold well. Yeah, I mean, Mortal Kombat has always sold well. And obviously, it had even wider mainstream appeal with the, it's got Batman and Superman in it. It was like kind of a piece of shit, but it actually reviewed well too, if you can believe that. It's a bit of a mess of a game. I've got a soft spot for it in a way, but it still is, I think, on the whole, I think the most underwhelming Mortal Kombat game. I mean, coming off of the 3D trilogy, so to speak, DA, Deception, and Armageddon, those games were so filled to the brim with extras and interesting, fun, goofy stuff, and MKDC just had nothing like that. It was so bare bones. It doesn't have any alternate costumes. It doesn't have any alternate game modes. It doesn't have any like unlockable concept art. It had the story mode. It kind of innovated, like it created the MK NRS style story mode. But that's kind of all it had going for it. MKDC started a lot of things that were refined in MK9. Yeah, that's when a couple of years ago, I did my big Mortal Kombat project where we played through every MK game chronologically. I was impressed, like, coming back to it now, like, at the time, MK9 felt like such a quantum leap in quality and in, like, refinement. But coming back to it now, like, or even 3 years ago, when it was about when Injustice 2 came out, MK9 feels closer to MKDC than it feels to MKX or like Injustice 2. KazeFX, there are plenty of all kinds of games in the list, but you're welcome to pick whichever one you would like. In fact, you are obliged to pick a game, I would say. Yeah, I mean, mainline, I think, implies that you're not talking about weird ports. Yeah, anything marked in red, as it says on the spreadsheet, anything marked in red is a game that we've already played, so it's off the list. We'll have to pick something that we haven't played. Yeah, like, MKDC introduced breakers. It introduced strings that are cancelable with special moves. Like, if you remove sidestepping and 3D movement, MKDC and MK9 are, in fact, very, very similar in how they play. It's also got, in some ways, similar kinds of jank and other kind of weird stuff as well. Technically, MKDC actually is the first MK game with a meter of sorts. Well, I guess Trilogy had the aggressor meter, but that doesn't really... I don't know, it's not really much of a system with the aggressor. But MKDC had a meter that you built similar to the super meter in MKX, or MK9. Well, same thing. And you can spend it either on a breaker or, like, you have two chunks to the meter. You can spend one chunk to do a breaker, or if you fill it up the entire bar, you can do rage, which is horribly stupid. Rage makes you... I forget if it makes you invulnerable, but it makes you take less damage, and you have armor, I think. Like, you can power through anything, and your moves are unblockable. So it's like a really, really powerful power-up that you can just cash in. Every portable MK is utterly fucked in a unique way. Well, some more so than others. GBC MK4, Gamecom, MK Trilogy, MK Advance. I think those are, you know, they're all pretty terrible. Like, I forget if it's the Game Boy or Game Gear MK2, which is like surprisingly decent. They're not all equally bad. I would maybe not say any of them are exactly good until like UMK3 on the DS. Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown, or if you prefer more retro than Tobal #1. Well, you only get one pick, and you did type Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown, so Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown it is. I want to say that we played Tobal, but I guess we played it on a different stream. It might still be... Maybe we played Tobal 2? It's not marked off here, so I guess we didn't play it. But yeah, Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown it is then. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'll set up while I'm at it. So, I've been going for about an hour and a half, so I should probably take a short break, stretch my legs and whatnot. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and we'll play some Virtua Fighter. We'll go from the robot... Well, I don't want to call it a knockoff. This game has a lot to offer in itself. But the VF derivative, let's say, to the real deal. So I'll be back in just a few minutes with some VF5 Final Showdown. All right. Signal out of range. Oh yeah, let me fix that. We got some some setup to fix here. Give me a second here. We shall do that, and we shall do this, and I think we should change this. Actually, is it? I think that's so. Like, we got so many like different HDMI devices and shit that I'm always unsure how I'm supposed to like all of them. It's a bit of a nightmare. A lot of things get weird. Should it really be set to full? Shouldn't it be set like this? I think so. Might be weird, but whatever. Here we go. The monument to our Midway mastery here, Arcade Origins, 1,000 gamer score. That was a good time, but that's not what we're playing. We're playing some Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. So that's probably pretty far away here. So many good games. Let's update this. Might be ultra loud, I'm not sure. Let's reset the timer here. So I have not played this game in quite some time. So it's not like I'm really gonna like remember a lot of anything, really. Just trying to think, because there's like yeah, there's like the license challenge and the sparring stuff, but I guess we'll just do whatever we would do for most games. We'll play through arcade mode, and if that goes by real quick, we might fuck around with some extra stuff. So let's go for it. And I guess we'll start the timer. Luckily, we're not going to be hassled on the character select here to go super quick here. So, when I first started playing VF in VF4 or Evo, I played Sarah. In the original VF5, I played El Blaze. And in FS, I played Jean Cujo. And it's like every new version, I feel like both the characters change a bit, so it's like an easier time to swap characters. Trap redeemed Choose My Fighter and picked Jackie. Well, Jackie it is then. Let me just finish my story. It's like I always wanted to learn more characters, but by the time I've gotten like reasonably halfway comfortable with one character, it always feels like such a insurmountable task to start from scratch learning a new character. So I always feel like struggling to abandon the one character I sort of kind of know a little bit to start from scratch. But when it's a new game, things kind of change, and I don't have as much of an advantage with the character I felt like I knew. So it's easier to kind of swap to someone else. That's kind of how that happened. But Jean is a cool new character. So Jean was added. He's a new character in Virtua Fighter 5 R, which is the first major update to 5. So 5 was the original game, and then there was like version A, version B, whatever, and then there was Virtua Fighter 5 R. R added Jean Cujo, and it brought back Taka Arashi from Virtua Fighter 3, who had been absent since then. Final Showdown was then the later like big update that changed some systems, balance changes, etc. And Final Showdown has no new characters. Same like 4. Virtua Fighter 4 launched with Vanessa and Leifei as the new characters. These two guys. And then for Evo added Brad and Go. And then for Final Tuned didn't have any new characters. So it's kind of the same deal here. But because 5R never came to console, as far as console players are concerned, this is the first game where Jean Cujo is playable. The first time Taka is playable since VF3. Yeah, Taka Arashi is very special because he, like in Virtua Fighter, every character has a weight class, or they're part of a weight class, and the weight class determines how high they're launched when you do combos. And Taka is a unique weight class called Super Heavyweight, and he has like different hit reactions to launchers and stuff. So there's many moves that will launch any character just at different heights, but if you do it on Taka, he just kind of stumbles backwards a little bit. So in Virtua Fighter, every character has equal amounts of health, but bigger characters are still kind of tougher in the sense that you get shorter combos on them. And Taka is definitely a very strong character in this game, to a large degree, I would say, because of that reason. Yeah, Taka's back in that, like, even though he's a very annoying character to fight, Virtua Fighter is just a game that has always been building. It's a very iterative game series, I think almost more so than any other fighting game. Every new Virtua Fighter is just like the last one with some more stuff added and changed. You know, not everything is retained from the previous game. As previously mentioned, the slopes and uneven stages and walls and stuff like that from Virtua Fighter 3 changed quite a bit to 4. But Taka is the only Virtua Fighter character who's ever been absent after being introduced. I don't think the R stands for anything. It's just R. Or maybe it stands for, like, maybe it's like a bunch of different cool words with R in the intro, a track sequence or something. But I don't think it's, like, officially short for any one particular thing. Yeah, Swordfem. I saw some of the Sega 60 stuff. I think the forums under which the Golden Axe Proto thing comes out is a little weird, but I've known about that for years, and I'm very curious to see what it looks like. It was like a prototype pitch kind of thing that was put together in 2 weeks, so it's like it's not a real game, but it's going to be interesting to see it. And the Yakuza Streets of Rage thing looks janky as shit, but it's free, so, I guess I'll check it out. Got into playing Aoi. She's cool. Yeah, everybody's cool, so of course she's cool. Yeah, and me and KazFX, actually, we kind of go back. We used to play this. I don't know if it's fair to say that we used to play this regularly, but we definitely met a few times to play. Well, not this. That would have been like Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla, I guess, but good times actually having people to play Virtua Fighter against. And I'm very excited to see if what is going to come of this new VF esports initiative. And of course, because of that announcement, I think Virtua Fighter is kind of, there's a little bit more of a grassroots movement for it now, or like people are kind of waking up a little bit to it, which is really cool. So I kind of want to get back into it again, but I don't know. I'm an old man now. It's tough to kind of get into stuff, but it's good shit. Leon is a dork, but he's still pretty cool. Anyway, Janky. So of course I have like about 3, 4, 5, 6 custom-made costumes for every character here. So I think we got to go mutton chops. Oh, that's not the confirm button. It's the Xbox, right? Let's go mutton chop. Oh wait, we got more. Okay, Jackie 006. I don't know what that is. Let's go with the ones that I actually named. So I don't know Jackie, but if I can match my way through Zero Divide 2, I'm sure I can match my way through Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. Fucking jaxophone riffs.
Go ahead, knock yourself out.
It's go time, baby.
Round 1. Ready, go!
This moves pretty fast compared to Zero Divide.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Knockout!
Ushi84 just subscribed. 5 months of unspeakable horror. Thank you very much, Ushi. What's up? Happy Friday.
Ready, go!
Oh. I fucking love that airplane noise when you do circular moves in Virtua. Like, the sound effects in VF are too fucking good.
You can't beat me with that!
Oh, dude. I fucking love this game so much. 7kg. I'll try to remember that. I'll try to try that. Obviously, I don't know any combos or anything. Oh yeah, so I'm using, I think, VF3 music.
Here comes
Like,
my suplex.
one of the things they added in this version is like the ability to use some of the older soundtracks. Yeah, right. It's VF2, but it uses. The biggest thing is I want Taka's VF3 theme because that's the best theme. But because he wasn't in 2, I think it defaults to using the 3 theme if you're playing with 2 music. And Akira's VF2 theme is the other best Virtua Fighter music. Playing on stick? Yes, of course. So this stage is kind of cool. It's one of the stages that transforms in between rounds. Like in arcade mode, you just play 2 rounds.
That wasn't your best shot.
Voice lines are so good. They're like an ultra compressed 2005 audio, but it's still pretty cool. It's like you're moving in slow motion. Like, it's still not a bad looking game though for being so old.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Yeah, so side throw,
Excellent.
spinning animation. So one of the things that I always thought was really nice in Virtua Fighter is, of course, it doesn't have like big hit sparks or anything, but it does a good job of like presenting important information. So when you hit someone, like there's a light flash like that. But if there's a yellow flash, that means it's a counter hit. And if there's a blue flash, it means it's a side hit.
It's like you're moving in slow motion.
There we go. Like, a lot of fighting games obviously have a little counter hit message pop up in the corner. Some games do it very extremely, like put a big text behind the character and stuff. I think that was in like the previous builds of Strive had something like that. A lot of Arc System Works games have an announcer. I always felt that was the thing where you play Guilty Gear. You always hear it, at least I hear it when I play it because I mash buttons because I can't play Guilty Gear. It just goes counter, counter, counter. But I still have a hard time, like, you know, if you want to do like counter hit specific combos, you have to be able to tell whether you hit normal or counter hit. And I guess that the yellow flash in this game is like relatively subtle, so it's kind of easy to miss. But I like that it doesn't require you to look anywhere else on screen. It's like you're going to be watching the action anyway. So it's a nice, like, it's just a clever way to do it, I think. Nice. I was mashing too badly, so he didn't have time to throw me. I just think it's a clever thing that like the color of the hit flash can communicate important information in like a subtle but easy to see way. Yeah, there's definitely some changes in the visuals in between the different versions of Virtua Fighter 5. Like, they change all the stages with every version, the lighting and color schemes and stuff. Yeah, I think one of the things that Virtua Fighter, like, one of the reasons Virtua Fighter is kind of my favorite fighting game is that it has a very strong foundation in, like, I always like to describe it as a grammar. Like, there's a grammar to the language of Virtua Fighter that is very systematic. Like, to me, like, the way I learn stuff, Virtua Fighter just feels very compatible to the way I like learn things, I think, compared to something like Tekken. Tekken, I think, is a game that's built very much about around how each character behaves and works. Like, yeah, there's some universal rules as to like, you know, the up forward 4 is a launching hop kick and stuff like that. There's some universal aspects, but for the most part, I feel like it's a game that's built more around the individual moves of every character. But in Virtua Fighter, like, yeah, of course, you're not gonna like guess the move list for an entire character, but there's a degree to which every design of the move list sort of follows a common language where, like, you have punch, you have kick, you have guard, and like punch plus kick is for special punch moves, elbows, other special circular punches, etc. Kick plus guard is for special kicks, often circular moves, but otherwise kind of bigger kick moves, stuff like that. Flower Boy 2290, welcome, welcome. And P plus G is always throws, and PKG, anything that uses all 3 buttons, is almost always a non-attack move. It can be an attack, but it's often movement, stance changes, command dashes, rolls, counters, that kind of thing. Like, of course, characters have like very unique inputs for stuff, but that's just one aspect that I think is very, for me at least, like, I'm not saying it's better or it's smarter than any other game, but it's like, it's very compatible with my brain and the way it's wired. But also the way kind of frame data, like even the basic RPS system of Virtua Fighter is very, some might call it stiff and rigid. I prefer to call it like predictable in a sense, like it's straightforward. It's coherent, cohesive, it follows a rule set. The way striking beats guarding, guarding beats striking, and throwing beats guarding. Thank you very much for that, host Jaxophone Fireball. Keeping track of chat, alerts, ranting, and trying to play at the same time. It's not easy, but I'm doing best. Virtua Fighter is hard to play on stick. I mean, I think most fighting games are hard to play on stick, but I think it's definitely fair to say that it's very much designed to be played on stick, maybe more so than other games. I actually did start playing Virtua Fighter on pad, though, but that was because I didn't have a stick, and I got one not long after that. Side hits. So yeah, side hits is a thing that's not unique to Virtua Fighter, but somewhat unique? I don't know. I guess Tekken has it too, I think. But if you get hit when you're in a side turn state, you have longer hit stun. And it takes time to turn around. But when I played Virtua Fighter 4, I played it with a different kind of control scheme where I had guard on square, punch on R1, and kick on R2. So I always had, just like you do on arcade, a button for each of your fingers, so your fingers never have to travel. Oh boy, that's a high move. So yeah, Jackie, for example, if I press PKG, he does the side switch. That's an example of like a PKG move. Is VF the most technical fighter? I can't think of another one this complex. I personally think that the level of complexity in Virtua Fighter is grossly overstated. Virtua Fighter has an incredibly high skill ceiling, but you could say that of many fighting games. I think, like, the thing about Virtua Fighter is that its fans, in a kind of, I think, weird sort of elitist, you know, playing the victim kind of mentality back in the, you know, Virtua Fighter 3 and 4 days. They adopted this kind of mindset that, you know, people who don't like VF, they just don't understand it because it's too advanced for their pea brains. It's so complex. Like, oh, to do this sick Akira knee, you have to release the button in 1 frame. Dude, you have no fucking idea how hard the inputs are in this game. It's so deep. Infinite levels of Yomi and whatever. Like, I think that's just a product of a weird culture surrounding the what's the word for it? But like the mentality of the sort of how the fan base of the game saw itself at the time. Like you can compare it to like not so much now maybe, but certainly like a couple of years ago, like in the Mortal Kombat 9 era, like MK fans like feeling the need to assert themselves versus like FGC people, and like, you know, there's this kind of antagonism between different fans of different games, and I think that led to a kind of narrative where people, the idea of wanting your game to look approachable in order to entice other people to join the community and play the game wasn't like no one thought it that way. Ride the Tiger, best Virtua Fighter theme. We gotta draw this game out a little bit. This music's so fucking good. There's the knee, by the way. Akira is sick as hell, but he is hard to use, and like that, I think that's. Gotta shut up. Oh, I'm dead. Anyway, I had to listen to the music. But yeah, to continue where I was. I think there's a combination of the community itself who are into the game being very precious about it and wanting to project this kind of image of superiority for playing the best game that the plebs just don't understand. And I think there's a kernel of truth to it in the sense that, especially compared to, you know, maybe games like DOA, Soul Calibur, I think Soul Calibur at the time was probably the biggest 3D fighting game, because Tekken was definitely not as big. Like during the Tekken 4 era, like Tekken 4 was not a particularly big or popular game. Like Tekken 5 kind of brought things back, but this would have been squarely in the, you know, Tekken Tag, Tekken 4 era, when Tekken was not at its peak in terms of popularity. But compared to something like Soul Calibur, yes, there's like Ivy's got that one command grab or whatever, but for the most part, it's not a executionally complex game necessarily. And Virtua Fighter isn't either, for the most part. But it has characters like Akira, who is known for, like, his gimmick, kind of, is that he has a number of moves that are deliberately designed to be difficult to execute. The characters come in a lot of different flavors in Virtua Fighter, and Akira has difficult execution. And I think, you know, you wouldn't, you know, if you boot the game up and like play it, not having read a move list or anything, you pick Akira because he looks like Ryu. On the one hand, yes, you will be like thrown off because he doesn't play like that simple vanilla character, the hero character that's like basic as you'd expect maybe. But at the same time, like I don't think you would even be exposed to what actually makes him difficult to play or execute his moves. But if let's say maybe you pick the game up, you start with Akira, you read his move list, maybe you play Virtua Fighter 4 Evo, you go to command training, and you try to go through his move list, and you're like, what the fuck are these moves? Like, why is it so difficult? You know, like I said, there's a kernel of truth to that idea, and I can see how that could potentially have contributed to that. But that's such a minor thing. Like, it is definitely a quirk of Virtua Fighter that the kind of poster boy character is like the complex character. You know, you get weird complex characters in other games too, but they're rarely the protagonist or like the guy who's on the cover, right? So I could see how maybe that could have contributed. But I think the community sort of elitism aspect is far more. It's far more because of that kind of reputation built. And yeah, Akira is very strong. I mean, Virtua Fighter I think has traditionally always had quite good balance. Not to say that every character is equally strong, but there's typically no characters that are just like useless. But I would say Akira has traditionally always been a strong character. Anyway, so that's my long dissertation about what I think are the origins of Virtua Fighter's reputation as a difficult game. But I didn't really address what I consider to be the reality of the situation, which is that due to its kind of systemic sort of grammar to its design, I think it's easier to learn than almost any other fighting game. If you pick a character that isn't Akira, that isn't Lei Fei, Vanessa maybe, like, if you pick a character like Jean, or Jackie for that matter, Lao, like, there are definitely characters that are far more straightforward. And, for example, the input buffer in Virtua Fighter is gigantic. There are difficult to execute combos, sure, but for the most part... Oh yeah, right, you don't get to continue on Dural. Right, I forgot about that. So that's an arcade playthrough, but we gotta play this a little bit more, right? This is just 24 minutes, and that was 24 minutes including 5 minutes of me talking about shit on the character select screen, so we're not done here. I gotta finish my dissertation anyway, right? Might as well play some more while I do that. Yeah, I wouldn't say that Akira is, like, impossible to play. I don't think anybody is. But if you're looking to find a beginner character that would help you learn the game and understand the game, not being too impeded by difficulty executing your character's stuff, then I wouldn't recommend starting from Akira, you know? But, like I said, I think there are certain things about how the game is designed that makes it easy to get into. Aside from the fact that some versions of the game, like 4 Evo, and I think this game to an extent, has some pretty good tutorial teaching stuff in it. Like I said, the input buffer is gigantic. Anytime you come out of a neutral, recovery or wake up or whatever, there's like a what is it, 13 or 14 frame window or something like that, where if you press the button, it'll come out on the first frame. So timing is like. And that's one of the reasons why this works relatively well online too, because you can like kind of you can see what's happening in a lot of situations. So you can press a button during recovery, and the timing doesn't have to be exact. You can press it far in advance, and it'll still come out on the right frame. So it's very lenient in that way. One of the things that I love about the system in VF2 is the guard button and the way it works. Obviously, you can guard with the guard button. But another universal feature of the guard button is that it's always the, cancel button, essentially. So anytime you have a stance or something that you can cancel out of, you tap guard to go out of the stance. In another game like Tekken or something, if your character has stances, you would probably have a more specific command to get out of that stance that you would have to know. Maybe you tap down, maybe you backdash, maybe you press 4. In Virtua Fighter, you press guard always. whenever you have a stagger situation, you hold guard and you can mash and move the joystick because you know that as soon as your character recovers, they'll be in the guard, and easy peasy. And another thing that is a little more unusual but super useful, at least once you reach a certain level, is that guard will clear the input buffer. So let's say you have a string that's PPPK, which is like a standard thing, PPK or PPPK. If I double tap PP and then tap guard and then press P another time, and I do that really quickly, I do it quickly enough. Like I buffer the guard button press during the PP. I won't stop to block, but having tapped the guard button will clear the input buffer, so I'm starting off again from the first punch. That's not a practical, specific, realistic example, but it's the way that it works. And in some cases, for certain combos, like you can imagine, especially because the input buffer is so wide, you might have a combo where you're supposed to do, 6K and then a neutral punch and then something else, but your character might have a string that is 6 KP. And if you press it, like you would have to delay the punch for so long that the combo would drop. So you press 6K GP, like as fast as you want, and you just clear the input buffer and it just works. And there's a lot of things like that that are, sure, if you just read a book of everything like that, it's a lot to take in. And of course, the game would seem difficult if you read just a book about every mechanic in the game at once. But that's true of any fighting game. But that's kind of another aspect of that whole grammar language of the game thing, where there's a structure to how everything is designed, and that's going to apply universally to every character. And you can understand the game, even if you don't know your character's moves all that well. There's a lot of those things that are going to carry over. Malone, what's up? Happy Friday. And the flip side of that, the other side of that, is that while the game has a very, very rigid or like fundamentally strong and firmly established grammar that everything follows, what makes the characters unique in this game is kind of that every single character has their own exception to that grammar. Like everyone kind of, I wouldn't say that they break the rules, but every character almost has some mechanic that's unique to them. That's something that, a game like BlazBlue has like the drive button, which literally does something unique for every character. Injustice has the trait button that works the same way. Virtua Fighter has, I guess if you go back to VF1 and 2, that's maybe not so true, but at least from VF4, I would say probably from 3 onwards, that has been a defining feature of Virtua Fighter. And it's different, it's to a different degree. Some characters are more unique than others. Fucking Jaxophone scares the shit out of me every time, but I love it. Let's fucking do another arcade run. So I guess I can explain it to a degree here. So I already mentioned Taka having the his kind of unique thing is the super heavyweight aspect. Electro Altruism redeemed Choose My Fighter. Aoi. Sick. Everyone picking characters I don't know how to play at all. But that's cool. We'll mash a little bit with Aoi. No problem. You got it. The CPU on arcade very hard, almost like playing against players. Yeah, they've ever since VF4, the home versions have had like AI that's kind of based on ghost data from pro players and shit. So they've always had like pretty good AI, and I think it's fair to say also that the way Virtua Fighter works, it's kind of system-based structure. I'm kind of talking out of my ass here, but I imagine anyway that it lends itself to creating more human-like behavior, because like Virtua Fighter, don't get me wrong, it has a lot of gimmicks and trickery and like bullshit and like cheating. That's kind of what the game is, but at the same time it is built around kind of textbook situations. It's kind of like chess, I guess, if you want to use a very tired simile, in that there are specific situations and you can kind of, there are like plays that you would do in this kind of situations. But because every character has their own sort of ways to cheat the system, it doesn't always play out by the book. So I imagine that kind of makes the game at least a little easier to kind of design. an AI 4 that kind of behaves a little more human-like than a game like, I don't know, Marvel vs. Capcom or even Street Fighter or whatever. Did I ever see the tweet about how throws are animated differently on Taka? I think I know what you're talking about. That was something that went around a couple of months ago. It sounds about right. And yeah, there's a lot of animation touches that are definitely pretty cool. You know, as with most 3D fighters, the throw animations are hella sick. So let me just give you a quick rundown of the roster, I guess, for those who are not as intimately familiar with VF. Taka, again, he's a sumo wrestler. He's his own unique super heavyweight weight class, so you can't float him. Float being the VF terminology, I guess, for what you might call launch. Same thing. You can't really launch him into the air. It's not technically never airborne. It's just that most like moves that are flagged as launching moves don't launch him, and they put him in a unique like hit state. Akira, of course, his kind of gimmick, like when I say that every character has a unique thing, it's not necessarily like a system thing, but some kind of quirk or sort of flavor to their character. And Akira has a lot of very executionally difficult moves, but he also has like, he's one of the most like destructive characters in the game. Like he can destroy you in like 2 seconds. He is super duper powerful, but he has like, he's very high execution. I would say Pai and Lao are both among the more basic characters. I would say that they are probably the characters that are kind of without a specific, you know, gimmick per se. They don't have stances. They don't have like anything really particularly weird about them. I've never played them characters, so I can't say that I know them intimately, but I would say they are almost designed to be kind of very simple, straightforward characters. Hard execution, huge damage potential, close-up, and counter hits. Yeah. That's pretty much Akira in a nutshell. VF lore masters in chat, feel free to fill me in or fill in the blanks or correct me if anything I say is outrageously wrong. Wolf is a wrestler, grappler, of course. They introduced, I think it's in 5 or even maybe a later version of 5. He's got like a command run and stuff. But of course, being a wrestling dude, he's got a lot of throws, but he also has like hit throws and stuff like that. He has throws that are, like if you do perfect execution, giant swing, it does more damage. It's kind of like just frame moves in Tekken. It's a little bit different, but it's basically the same concept. Like if you execute the move perfectly, it becomes a more potent version of that same move. He's also got some parries, and he has, I think he's got a headlock, like a combo, like a, not combo grab, but it's like he can get you in a headlock, and he can do different, like multiple grabs from there. Jeffrey is also kind of a grappler. He's got the most damaging move in the game, the Splash Mountain. I guess I would say that he's more of a brute than Wolf. He's also a very strong, very annoying character. The thing is, every character is annoying in Virtua Fighter, actually. I don't think there's anyone who isn't annoying to fight, because everyone's got their annoying bullshit. But Jeffrey is somehow a little bit more annoying than most. Jean Cujo is a character that's designed to be pretty simple and straightforward, but his kind of unique mechanic is that he has a lot of moves that can be charged. So he has like a string. If he has a string that's like punch, 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 you can hold the button for the third punch, and you can charge it up, and if you charge it max, it's like plus on block, has maybe a different hit reaction. I think he has some guard-crushing moves and stuff like that. He's a really fun, cool character. But yeah, Jeffrey and Wolf they're kind of cut from the same cloth. Eileen and El Blaze are the new characters in Virtua Fighter 5, by the way. Eileen, she uses monkey kung fu, which is a kind of a visually unique style. She's got like rolling, and she can kind of move around. She's also, I think, the lightest character, so she's launched super high, and she's really tiny. 5 actually definitely drastically increased the variety in size of the characters. So like Jeffrey used to be kind of the same size as everybody else. But Jeffrey and Wolf are huge in this game, and El Blaze is like super tiny. Pi is one of the few is an 11-frame jab. Oh yeah. Malo mentioned that, right? Pi and I guess Aoi, fastest jabs. Yeah, it's not exactly a spectacular, like, unique gimmick, but certainly it's something that's gonna be important during the game, so that makes sense. Like, that's a big deal. And of course, yeah, like a lot of the smaller characters, the female characters, a lot of them are just faster. And Eileen is kind of like that too. I don't know if she might have a slow jab, but she's not a big powerhouse character, of course. Kage is kind of a tricky character. He's kind of weird. He's got this roll that he can do moves from. He's got like these weird like handsprings and flips, and he can like attack. He's maybe not fully like Ayane in Dead or Alive, but he's definitely got a bunch of moves from back turned position and stuff like that. He's I guess most of the VF1 characters aren't as kind of strongly gimmicked as the later characters. So I'm not sure exactly how I would describe Kage in terms of a gimmick or like what makes him fully unique. But he's definitely, I would think, a little bit more of a tricky, like, just a kind of a weird, unpredictable character to fight against. But he's also he's not a grappler per se, but he has a throw. I forget the real name for it, but it's commonly referred to as the 10-foot toss, where he throws you up really, really high into the air, which is like a very powerful tool for ringing out. Koenraku, yeah, it's like one of the more famous moves, I would say. Like as far as like iconic moves in Virtua Fighter, Akira has like the Stun Palm of Doom, the Tetsuzanko, and Kage's got the 10-foot toss. Wolf's got the giant swing. Jeffrey's got the Splash Mountain. Sarah and Jackie have the flip kicks. Like it's up there with like iconic Virtua Fighter moves. Sarah and Jackie started off being pretty similar in the first games. But they've definitely kind of evolved in different directions. Sarah has, she's got more of a kickboxing style, I guess. She has a flamingo stance that she can do a lot of different moves from. And she's a very kind of rushdown character. She can kind of overwhelm you with a lot of weird options. She's got like hit throws and throws and stuff like from her. Like she's got a lot of different paths, basically. She's got a lot of moves and strings that can kind of cancel into her flamingo stance, and then from there she can kind of do all kinds of different other stuff. Kind of a flowcharty like offense character. Jackie, I would say, is a little bit more straightforward. But one big thing that he has is the neutral punch parry, where like when he's in his neutral stance, if you just punch him, he will automatically parry. And that might be stance dependent. I forget exactly how it works, but it's always a super annoying thing. You try to punish him, and he's just waiting for it, and you get hit instead. And he's got a few other stances too, but he's not like Lei Fei is like the proper stance character. That's like a tricky, convoluted transitioning between 5 different stances kind of character. And neither Sarah nor Jackie is quite that, but I would say they've got a little bit more of that kind of thing to them, as opposed to someone like Lao or Pai. Shun, of course, is Drunken Master. He's got drink points. He's got a UI. He's like the only character with a unique UI element on screen that shows you his drink points. And anytime he drinks from his bottle, he gains drink points. And every singular drink point adds, I think it's 1% of damage increase. And it goes up to like 30 or so. He can get quite a significant boost in damage. And they carry over between rounds. But he will also lose drink points when he gets knocked down. In addition to gaining a damage boost, he has certain moves that are only available to him once he reaches certain thresholds in drink points. So once he reaches 5 points or 10 points or whatever, he now has like more dangerous moves available to him. So he is definitely the first, I think, like big kind of gimmick, unique mechanic in Virtua Fighter, because he was added in 2. Leon and Shun were the new characters in VF2. Leon, I think, is, I don't know what's his gimmick. He's extra annoying. He's fighting with like the Mantis style kung fu. I don't know how I would describe him, but he's kind of fast, and his movements are just very kind of evasive in nature. Pokes, a lot of lows. Yeah, he's like very kind of weirdly hit and run and like
Well done.
just annoying and weird to fight. He's obnoxious. Blessed VF. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Playing some fighting games, and I'm dropping the lore here, explaining all the Virtua Fighter characters to anyone who might not be aware. And yeah, we're playing Zero Divide 5 Final Showdown. Everyone's human now. El Blaze, of course, is another grappler, but a very different style because he's all about swift movement. He has a command run. He can run and jump off of the walls and stuff. He can run past the characters. He can run, like... He can do all kinds of weird shit. He's actually really cool. But he changed quite a bit between 5 and Final Showdown, so I don't know him like at all in this version of the game. Granted, if I went back to play Vanilla, I haven't played it in like 10 years, so it's not like I really know him there either. Yeah, Blessy, I think it might be charitable to call me a VF player, but I'm a VF enthusiast at least. Not so much an active player necessarily, but not because I don't want to be. It's just like, you know, I've got a lot of other shit going on in my life. But we're doing a request stream, and this game was requested, and I'm happy to oblige. Yeah, I'm playing with my Kwamba stick right here. Got quite a few sticks for different systems. I don't have one for my Saturn, unfortunately, so some of the older VFs I have to enjoy with pad, but it's VF love, that's for sure. That's for sure. All right, let me quickly explain these last few guys. So Aoi, she was added in Virtua Fighter 3 along with Taka, and her thing is counters and like parries. She's kind of unique in that she is like the way I was described, the way I had it described to me when I first learned VF is that she is the sole character who is kind of stronger in frame disadvantage than in frame advantage. Because if you have frame advantage over Aoi, if she were to attack and you attack, you will hit her first. But if you attack and she does a parry, it'll win over your attacks, basically. So she's a very, I wouldn't say necessarily a very defensive character, but she's got very, very strong defensive tools in a way that, like parries and sabakis, a sabaki is kind of a move that, sabakis have the most satisfying sound effect in the entire of VF, by the way. But it's a move where like it eats up your opponent's attack. And a lot of sabakis have an attack attached to them, but not all of them. El Blaze has one that's kind of weird. I think Sarah has the one where she just like wiggles her arms in the flamingo stance. And yeah, it's kind of like a parry, you could say. But there are moves that, like Jackie's neutral parry, it just like, if the opponent punches, he goes, like I actually did it in a previous match. He goes into this sequence where he like blocks the punches and punches back. But always is like, they open up opportunities for her to combo back. Yeah, Lei has a bunch of sabakis like that as well. So Lei Fei, his thing is that he's got, 5 or 6 different stances that he just transitions in between. He's a little bit like Lei Wulong in Tekken, except if the entirety of his moveset was built around stances. Lei has stances, but it's more like he has like his default moves, and then he has stuff that's kind of cordoned off into these stances. But Lei Fei is just like, he's got these stances, and he's always in one of them, and he can do different things from each of them, and he can transition in, like, to and from all these different stances. He's always seemed pretty intimidating to me due to the complexity of how he's designed, but he's a very cool character. Vanessa has 2 stances. She has the offensive and defensive stance. And actually, Lei Fei, I suppose, despite what I said, he does, like, when you start the game, he's not in a stance. You have to enter any of his stances. But Vanessa doesn't work that way. She's more like Gen in Street Fighter, kind of. She has 2 versions, basically. She's either in defensive or offensive, and you can toggle between them, and she has different moves in different stances. And she's also got a little bit of grappling and parrying and that kind of stuff, but it also depends greatly whether she's in offensive or defensive stance. Brad is a kickboxer. It's pretty interesting. Vanessa, when she was first introduced in VF4, her fighting style was Muay Thai, or she used Muay Thai moves at least. But when they introduced Brad in Evo, they gave him a bunch of her moves, and they kind of changed her fighting style quite a bit. I didn't play Vanilla VF4 really, so I don't have a lot of first-hand experience, but that's what I've been told anyway. I wouldn't say that Brad is like too similar to Steve in Tekken, but he's got a little bit of similar attributes with he can sort of shuffle and dodge, and he's got the clinch. Like, he's got some kind of kickboxing stuff you'd expect. But otherwise, it's pretty straightforward, like, strong character. And Go is kind of an interesting thing. Like, he's a judo character, but he is also, like, a beast. He's got really, like, savage moves, some really super satisfying animations. And I wouldn't necessarily say that he's a grappler, but obviously he's got some good grab moves. He's got some sick, like, wall throws and shit. VF4 Vanessa had Voltudo and Muay Thai. I see. So that's how that worked. So I guess they changed it to, like, all Voltudo and just, like, offensive and defensive stance. Fair enough. Anyway, Aoi was requested, so let's see what costumes we got here. What did I design, like, 10 years ago? Flowery pink, kabuki, black, white, business, casual red. I want to say that the black, white costume is pretty cool. I made all these, like I said, when the game first came out in, like, 2012. So I don't remember the details, but I vaguely recall this one looking kind of cool. It's the one I kind of remember, period. So let's go with this one. And I don't know anything with Aoi, so... But we might get to see some other characters to fight against. And Ghost Stage is pretty fucking sick. His music's really good, but I'm not sure which theme we'll hear here. Probably... Yeah. Okay, this is the theme I know.
Round one. Ready, go!
Alright, so back PK is some kind of... Yeah, it's like a low counter, I guess. So walls in stages like this can be broken.
Knockout.
Yeah, this stands, right.
Round two.
Yeah, it's just got like weird, like, flowery arm sweeping moves. I'm assuming you do that as you get attacked. Or you hold it. Yeah, see? There we go. So that's a pretty unusual... Well, I'm not sure about unusual, but... So that's not a sabaki. It doesn't have the satisfying swooshy sound effect. It's not the same airplane swoosh for when you do the, like, circular kicks. It's just a weird, like... Like, I can't even really mimic the sound effect, but it's a pretty amazing sound effect. Inash. Okay. Oh, sick. We get Taka's theme, the other best theme song. Gotta make sure this fight lasts a little bit, too. It's such a cool stage, too.
Round one. Ready, go!
Alright, so that's the sabaki, right. So there's, during this, you can see there's a really long startup. So basically, if I get attacked during that startup, I will counter their attack. It'll still hit, but you'll get a different hit state if you hit the sabaki.
Knockout.
This music's so fucking good.
Ready, go!
Just gonna chill with these jams for a bit. Everyone is kind of busted, but especially Taka. And especially Akira, but especially Taka.
Ring out.
Yeah, Blessy, I'm aware of some of these tournaments, and I've been wanting to enter. It just hasn't. The stars haven't aligned, but I definitely like to. I'll be honest, Kaze, I watched some of your matches the other week, and I don't mean for this to sound as insulting as it probably does, but watching your level of play made me feel more confident about entering. But it was interesting. Like, I would probably get smoked, but I would still probably have fun just getting to play Virtua Fighter against other people. But I think it was a very supportive and engaging like atmosphere. So I don't feel like I could embarrass myself by playing awfully, but I feel like people would still be excited to just have people enter. So I wouldn't worry about it. Like, yeah, it was interesting because you play Jean, who's also my main in this game. And it's not like I could tell you should have done this, you should have done that, but I could watch you play, and relative to my hazy memory of my own play when I played this game, years ago, like I could tell that if someone plays another character, I can't judge how well they play the character really, but I could tell that you were rusty, and that kind of makes me feel like, I guess I could probably enter too without feeling too badly about it. Yeah, and it's like, of course, if you have combos, you'll get more damage from your openings, but you can definitely, knowing, although it's less of a thing in 5 Final Showdown, but like knowing the throw directions for each character, so you know how to what throws to escape and stuff like that. Like, they changed the throw system. It used to be that you have a timing window to input throw escapes in different directions. Because the way it works is every throw is done with P plus G. And either a direction P plus G or a motion in a direction, whatever. And the last input, so let's say I have a throw that's 4-6 PG, like back forward PG. The way you tech that throw is by pressing forward, like the final direction of the throw motion plus P plus G. And in older games, if you're in a situation where you expect to be thrown, there's a timing window where you can input a direction plus P plus G, and you can do like up to 4 of them if you're really fast. So you can like kind of option select and sort of cover your opponent's bases. And if you know that they're likely to throw you with a back throw or a forward throw, like those are the 2 strongest throws, you can kind of obviously not guarantee to get out of it, but you can give yourself far better odds of surviving by like double tapping like both directions. And that was definitely a thing that was like kind of a contentious thing in a way, because it's one of those, it's like a pure execution. Well, it's a skill check too, or a skill check and knowledge check, I guess, because you have to know the directions to escape, but also have the agility to enter more of them quickly. So a player who's slightly stronger than you and better at that one aspect can make it very, very hard for you to ever land a throw. Actually, I remember I was at a tournament in Stockholm in 2006, and Ryan Hart was there along with a couple of other international players. And when he was like warming up, like before the top 8, like he was playing on the big screen. He was in the training mode, practicing like quadruple option select throw escapes, just chilling and like nailing it. So luckily I wasn't playing against him then, but I'm sure that kind of spooked whoever he was playing. And yes, so Final Showdown removed this system, presumably in an attempt to make things a little more, if not beginner friendly, at least kind of evening the playing field a little bit. So the way it works now, you have to commit to a direction, but on the flip side, yeah, so Vanessa just changed stance, by the way. When she's leaning forward like that, she's in offensive stance. And when she's like standing up straight, she's in defensive. So it used to be that a throw, because you have to match the direction of the throw when you do the throw escape. It used to be that a throw can end with any, I'm not sure if it's any direction, but like forward, backward, down, or any diagonal. But in Final Showdown, every throw motion ends with forward, back, or down, I believe it is. So there's only 3 options. So it's always like a 3-way mix, basically. But they also added, I guess, I'm not sure what LTE stands for. Long throw escape? I don't know. But I guess that's, you can hold the buttons, right? There's something like that. I forget how it works. Lazy throw escape. Okay. I'm not sure if that's a technical, official term, but fair enough. Might be. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it would be. So yeah, if I just hold, you can like buffer throw escapes by holding the button. So you can like make it a habit of whenever you throw out a string or whatever, while you're in the recovery frame, so you already can't do anything, you can hold punch plus guard, and if the opponent tries to punish you with a throw, you can escape it, assuming you hold the correct direction, of course. But yeah, so you can. Evading, like 3D movement in Virtua Fighter is like so much better than any other 3D fighter. It feels so good. Ah, shit. You hold G. Yeah. But again, like that's technically not to do with how the LTE works. It's just kind of a quirk of how the general input buffer works. But of course, yeah, that's, I mean, that's accurate. That's how you do it. And because I haven't played this game in a long time, I have absolutely zero muscle memory or habit, so I don't do it at all. But it's one of those things you should like practice to do. But it's interesting about the movement. I like it because, like, I can see how someone who likes Soul Calibur, or Tekken for that matter, thinks that 3D movement in Virtua Fighter is limited and rigid. It is, but I think it's more. It's like precise. There's no running around. There's just a failed escape. Well, I was gonna say there's a failed escape and a. Can I do? I can't do the diagonal wiggle walk. I haven't practiced it. There are offensive moves, which I've never really understood how they work in Final Showdown because they changed them. But by and large, like there's no free sliding around like in Soul Calibur, and it's kind of weird. Yeah, it's deliberate. It's a good word for it. It's like. He's sick. Like Jean is a weird like kind of edgelord character, but because it's Virtua Fighter, I think he's cool. Like I wouldn't say that Iori in KOF is lame exactly, but he's not my type of character. And any other kind of like, oh, there's a charged punch by the way. But I think Karth is such a cool fighting style, and he's got a little more flavor to his design than a lot of Virtua Fighter characters. So I really like him. But mostly I just think his fighting style is super cool. But like Go, of course, like it's kind of the original VF edgelord. Chew the card, yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, so she can do attacks from the stance, I guess. Oh yeah, that's a charge kick, and if he charges it up, he gets a combo from it. He's got cool win poses. Let's see if we get one. I forget, do I just get a lose pose? Ah, we don't get to see his win pose. Yeah, like I said, I don't mind Iori, but if I'm putting together a top 10 list of sick KOF characters that I love, he's like not even in spitting distance of that list. But if I were to put together a list of VF characters that I really like, I think Jean makes it up there. But again, like more on strengths of his fighting style looking really cool. Always wanted to try. Yeah, I would say I always definitely not my kind of character. Like I'm also, I find it appealing that Jean is so like straightforward. Like I'm the kind of guy who, when I play like a fantasy game, like I'm never gonna pick the wizard. I'm never gonna pick one of those characters that's weak and awkward, but level up to become super powerful. I'm always gonna go with the fucking barbarian who gets a big sword and like peaks early, but at least is, you know, he just fucking beat shit out of people and it just works. And I think Jean is maybe not the peak of that, but he's certainly more towards that direction. Ah, shit. One axe battler in VF6, yo, that would be hella sick. You know, everyone's talking about Kiryu this, Ryo Hazuki that. Like, fuck it. Put fucking Bruno Dellinger, axe battler, Tyrus Flare, and whoever the fuck else. Carla from Alien Storm. Put all them guys in there. Fucking Centurion from Altered Beast. I mean, why the fuck not? Yeah, it's interesting. Talking about his delayed strings and stuff. That kind of goes back into the talk about the grammar and the logic and the kind of chess-like set situations. Like, it's never going to be the textbook, the moral, to use VF terminology, choice to do like a max delayed string, or, you know, but because it's not the right choice, if you expect your opponent to expect you to do what's kind of right, doing that delayed attack is going to throw them off and potentially punish them for it. And I can, you know, that's a level of kind of technical... Oh, I'm trying to do PPK, but I'm mashing too much, so I'm getting PPPK instead. Again. It's like it's been teasing us long. I don't know, have they even fucking mentioned Virtua Fighter in 10 years until the VF esports thing? I mean, to be clear, I don't take the Virtua Fighter esports announcement to mean Virtua Fighter 6 at all. I take it to mean a event or series of events in arcades in Japan. But that could potentially lead to, you know, if they ever want to do anything, if they're going to do any kind of esports something again with Virtua Fighter, and they want anything to be international in any sense, then obviously it can't be limited to arcades. And they're probably not going to, like, you know, oh yeah, just buy a Series X or Xbox One or 360, play the backwards compatible version. Like, that's weird. They're going to want to have revenue streams and for people to buy a version of the game, etc. Whether it's a new game or not. But I think that's still far off. Yeah, Ride the Tiger, this theme, it's so sick. I love that throw. It's so simple, but it's like, oh, fucking throws are just sick. I just want to land the fucking Sabaki. I don't know what it looks like. I just want to hear that swooshy sound effect. Yeah, I mean, they've put Virtua Fighter guys in everything. Like, they've been in the DOA, of course. There's the Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax has Akira in it, right? There's, like, mobile games. There was something else announced recently. I forget what it was. Oh, that's sick. Got him. At Smash Ultimate, yeah, they have like Virtua Fighter Mii costumes, right? That was pretty well. Alright. We get one shot at Joel. Bonus stage. Yeah, the Akira... Akira's sick.
Round one. Ready, go!
So Joral basically has a combination of a lot of different characters' moves, but she's also has her own, like, she's really big, but she's also very, like, she's a heavyweight character. So you can see there, maybe she's not launched super high and she falls very fast. Ah, I was trying to do the fucking parry. Well, the thing with Virtua Fighter is it has a very specific legacy of being the flagship title for new generations of Sega arcade hardware. So, like... Oop, that wasn't parryable.
Knockout.
Yeah, okay, so much for that. And, like... Virtua Fighter 5 came out in 2006. Like, so much have changed since then in the industry, in Sega, in arcades. Like, I'm not surprised that Sega have not, like, so the fighting game genre was certainly not at its peak in 2006, but it was like its place in the market, whether it's the home console market or the arcade market, it's just so different. Like, Virtua Fighter was one of the top earners in Japanese arcades forever. So it was a big deal for them in arcades, if nothing else. But Virtua Fighter always, like, lived in the arcade. But fighting games aren't the top earners in arcades anymore. So that's a big reason, I think, why we haven't seen... There hasn't been a strong incentive for Sega to do a new flagship fighting game for a new generation of arcade hardware. You know, you get stuff like Gundam Versus and card games and fucking Kantai Collection, I don't know, Hatsune Miku shit. Like, I just think the business proposition of developing an arcade game as their flagship arcade, like, or a fighting game, arcade fighting game, is just so different now. And that's a pretty good sound effect. So, like, it's just, I think a lot of people, when they're, like, kind of asking for a new Virtua Fighter, I think they're kind of ignorant a little bit to the history of the series and its you know, its legacy and its place within Sega. And that's the other thing too. Like, I guess I don't know specifically when Yu Suzuki left Sega. I don't remember, but obviously he's not, you know, pulling the strings to make this happen. AM2 are technically still around, but I'm not exactly sure what they're up to. They made that fantasy third-person action thing for arcades with, like, Arthur, like the round table, whatever. So I don't know. Like, arcades are in a weird spot. Like, if they were to make a VF6, VF6 would just not have even remotely the same place within Sega's portfolio of games as Virtua Fighter had from VF1 throughout VF5. I mean, even VF5, of course, was arguably a little bit more of a niche than VF2 was, you know. But even so, like, Virtua Fighter 5 was a top-earning arcade game in Japan. Many AM2 guys are with Nagoshi and RGG Studio. Doesn't surprise me greatly, I suppose. So, I mean, I would love nothing more than getting a new Virtua Fighter, but I think it you know, I would love to see this current kind of esports initiative lead to circumstances under which it makes sense for them to produce a Virtua Fighter 6. But a Virtua Fighter 6 will have to be... I mean, I can see maybe that's why they're trying to kick back up this kind of esports thing in order to create a kind of environment for a new Virtua Fighter in arcades to make sense. Like, create the competitive environment, create the market for Virtua Fighter 6 by promoting tournaments and competition and that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm happy that there's more attention towards VF. Absolutely. I mean, Sega acknowledging it in any way is more than they've done in such a long time that, of course, I'm going to get... Well, I was going to say, of course, I'm going to get excited. That's the thing. I'm appreciative of it. I'm hopeful. But I think there's nothing... Until there's anything concrete to get excited about, it's hard for me to get excited. But, yeah, I think you know, even compared to someone like Capcom doing a street... Like, let's say if Capcom revives Rival Schools or Darkstalkers or whatever. Like, even Street Fighter, when Street Fighter 4 came back, like, it's... I mean, of course, that was also a long time ago by now, and that was also an arcade game first. It's just, like, there's such a gulf between what Virtua Fighter used to mean for Sega and what a Virtua Fighter would be now, just based on what Sega's doing, what arcades are doing, what fighting games are doing. Like, there's no way a Virtua Fighter 6 is a kind of blockbuster flagship title the way older VF games were. I can't see how that would happen, at least. I mean, I would buy the game, of course. I would be excited for the game. I'm not invested personally in you know, how big or small the title is. I'm just saying, for it to make sense for Sega to put the money and effort into making a game like that, I think that would maybe not require, but like previously that was what the conditions were like. It would be a new big flagship title for the company, for their arcade business. And that's kind of why it was made, or at least how it was made. And without that, you know, what are the circumstances that would lead to a new VF? I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but it wouldn't be anything that's in any way like what it has always been in the past. And yeah, kind of what you're saying, Soldier, right? Like, fighting games, I'm not sure if, like, that's a little bit of hyperbole maybe, but like throughout most of the Virtua Fighter series life, fighting games were one of the most popular genres of games. And it's like not strictly that fighting games are less popular, but they've just been eclipsed by other types of games, both in you know, audience numbers, engagement, money. So they don't hold the same position within the market as they once did. So like, yeah, you could release a new fighting game and have more people play it than did 20 years ago, but it would still not be a big thing relative to like the studio's output or the company's output or whatever. Maybe big money esports, but Japan is weird with that, for sure. Anyway, Virtua Fighter's sick. I'm happy to pick it up. Blessy, I saw you were mentioning something about playing online. I'm doing my thing right here, so I'll not be available to hop into that, at least not tonight. But I look forward to finding the time and place to enter some tournament or something sooner or later. I'm always going to tune in to watch when I can, because I definitely enjoy watching VF either way. But it'd be fun to play against people at some point for sure. I kind of want to fuck around with some customization stuff, but we've been spending a long time with this game, and we should be playing some more games. So I think we'll stop there. But I will mention that I've been wanting and kind of been itching to kind of just spend some time with this, potentially on stream, kind of practicing, getting back into it. So it's very much not at all impossible that I will that I'll be playing a little bit of this in the near future. But you know me, there's like 2,000 games to play. I might have an intention to do so, and whether it happens or not remains to be seen. I also have some other things sort of kind of in the works for Halloween season, so who knows. But Virtua Fighter is eternal. If I don't get to it in the next few weeks, maybe beyond that at some point. But let's stop the timer right there and open up a new raffle. Thank you very much, KazeFX, for picking this game. I had a blast. And let me just mark this off as red here in my little spreadsheet and do a little housekeeping here before I open up the raffle. 16th. There we go. The raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat, and you too can be in the running to pick the next game. I guess we were waiting for the raffle. We might as well fuck around with this real quick. This menu is a little bit clunky. I was just curious to look at some of my customization, but I have to like go through 5 menus just to open up a costume here. Oh, it's pretty sick. Some good stuff here. Oh yeah, the customization jams. Can I like rotate? I can zoom at least. It's probably like a right joystick something to rotate, so whatever. I've put together some kind of screenshot gallery of like all my customization at some point, I remember. Let's take a look at a few of them. Like I said, I made like 4, 5, 6 costumes for everyone, so taking a look at all of them now would be pretty time-consuming. But like I said, at some point, like 8 years ago, I took a bunch of screenshots of this and posted them somewhere. Now that I have a Discord and a website and stuff, I should just I should do that properly and just document. What do we got here? Of course, some characters are going to have like more fun customization than others, but VF has always had pretty good, well, always. In 4 and 5, the 2 games that have customization, they've got, as you can see, way more item slots. I always think like like the Namco games, Tekken and Soul Calibur, but especially Tekken, do such a shit job. The one thing that I think is unfortunate here, that I do think is handled better in some of those games, is the fact that you cannot modify colors on any objects. They just have a specific set of colors. Like one item might have, there's 5 versions in 5 different colors. And even if you have like different items that all have a red color, those red colors might not like be the same, basically. Never mind. Pretty good costume right here. Little tiger paws. So in some cases, you end up with some kind of weird looking stuff. It would be nice to be able to color match a little bit better. But otherwise, the variety of options, the fact that everything is character specific, how it all kind of fits together, and the fact that you can legitimately create very unique looks that all like look good. Like Tekken 6 and 7 has like such shit customization compared to this. Oh yeah, gotta have buff Shundi. Like the Tekken customs suck. Like they look like shit. There's so many like generic costume items that everyone has that are the same that just don't fit the body of the character. They look like really thick and clunky. It's not super easy to see here, but I have a... Yeah, this custom item gives him like... unequip? I forget how it works, yeah. So that's how he looks normally. I think you just make him super buff. Stuff's pretty good. Hold X. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I couldn't... Oh, wait, hang on. Right button. Or right button. No, that's light. Hang on. Move camera. Left bumper. Yeah, there we go. Looking at the list, and the red is starting to take over. Really going through the list. Yeah, I was doing a little bit of calculus on that earlier. Well, I think we've been chilling with this long enough. Let's pull a winner here. Helical, congrats. You have won the raffle. I'll just do this. And take a look at maybe one more costume here, or however many we'll get to as we wait for Helical to pick the next game. Eternal Champions. Okay, let's do it. It's going to take a little bit of setup, so I might take another super short break. But yeah, that's that sure is a game. I haven't played that in a long time. I just know that the single player mode is like completely fucked in that game. But I look forward to messing around with it. Of course, Helical, the archive will be around if you're curious to check it out. Either way, thank you very much for the pick, and I'll see you around. Happy Friday, have a good weekend, and thanks for watching. Eternal Champions fans bitter at Virtua Fighter. Let me just super quick go through. Yeah, there's like a lot of shit you can do here. Just want to see. I think this is the one I like to use the most. By the way, CosFX, if you're still watching, next time I see you in tournament, you'd better make some custom outfits. That was an embarrassment watching you last time, man. Yeah, look at this shit. Like he's got pretty rad, like costumes and shit. Sean Kujo is pretty good. Good shit. Anyway, Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. It's a pretty good game. Actually, it's a very good game. But we're going to move on from one Sega fighting game to another. Eternal Champions on the Mega Drive. Like I said, I need to do a little bit of hooking some cables up and mixing some things around here, grabbing the cartridge from my shelf and whatnot. So I'll do that and go to the bathroom and stretch my legs and whatnot. Take a short break, but when I return, I'm going to get my ass kicked by the AI. That's going to be a good time. So see you guys in a few minutes.
so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in a new world, street by the three. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be?
Oh, there you go. Maybe you can hear me now. That was a weird clicky audio in that song. It sounded really strange. Whatever. We got that out of the world. Let me do some fixes here from the capture here, and we will soon be on our way here. Set the crop here. Nope, that's not the right one. That's the right one. And also make sure it's set to this. That looks more correct. Eternal Champions will be what face? That's true. We got our copy right here. My Japanese copy with kind of a strange cover art layout here. But of course we got that slick Julie Bell artwork. It's actually a nice cover. It's just a little peculiar. Oh shit, we got the latest Megasoft information. Well, let's oh shit. You guys heard of this anime called Yu Yu Hakusho? Actually, I might, because I happen to have to dig this out to get the game. I have the manual here. That might actually be of help to look up moves. Looking up moves might, in turn, not be that much help in actually achieving anything in this game, but, you know, it doesn't hurt. Oh yeah, I got that fucking unshielded cable. I need to fucking get it better. I need to get a better SCART cable for this. Dude, the sprites and animation are pretty damn good in this game. The theme song is pretty decent too. Let me, of course, update this. I'm happy this was picked because I've been wanting to play more Mega Drive games on here. This is... you know, fighting games aren't the most well-represented genre in my MD collection. But I got a few, and I'm happy to play them. Welcome to my chamber. I am the Eternal Champion, keeper of this vast fighting complex. It exists in a place and time corrupted by centuries of misuse and destruction. My purpose in this grand scheme is to maintain the balance between good and evil, light and darkness, hope and despair. Now, this balance has been lost, and the very fabric that holds the world together will be torn apart. Your future, my present, has been destroyed by a cruel and unjust twist of fate. 9 individuals from various periods in time were killed before their lives could affect this dark existence. I've observed each of their short lives and have been powerless to stop the chaos. I've spent centuries harnessing my power for this very moment. I'm the pure and untouched energy of all the great martial arts masters that have lived before me. Their skill, wisdom, knowledge, and inner strength are at my command. Even with the force of their collective powers, I can only reward one of the 9 individuals with the gift of life. Any of them can have an equally profound effect in the future. For this reason, the contest must take place. At the end of this contest, only one will remain. The victor will be returned to life a few seconds before his death, allowing him to avoid the past with the knowledge to change the future. Only one may live so that balance may again be achieved. Let the contest begin. Whew. Intense amounts of lore here. Spyro, we're not going to clear arcade mode in this game. I can say that much for certain. This game is... It's fascinating. It's got, like, for a Western developed fighting game, for consoles in particular, it's way, way, way above average in some ways. The character design, the art, like the production value is very impressive. Like, I think the art is by far the strongest feature of this game. I think the character designs are awesome. I don't love all of them equally, but I think as a whole, it's a great roster of characters. And there clearly was something here. I know, you know, there's kind of a weird legacy to this with Sega of America, like putting efforts into this and making, you know, wanting this or positioning this as this big cross-media property with a, you know, a TV show and other, you know, there's the Game Gear game with Larson. Wasn't there supposed to be like board games and serials and a TV, like everything, like, and then I guess like Sega of Japan kind of like, well, we have McDonald's at home. It's called Virtua Fighter. We don't need this. And kind of sort of made any efforts put into the brand of Eternal Champions just gone like that. Granted, you know, I think, well, I don't know. I was going to say that Sega Japan were right to be questioning of some of their, of Sega of America's practices, but I guess that's not really fair to say, because I think Sega, they had a good grasp of the American market, and I don't know, it's just one of those things where Sega in the West and Sega in Japan have always been two very separate things. But as for the game itself, it is not a good fighting game. It is a cool property, it's a cool brand, it's a cool world and a cool roster. It's got good art. I wouldn't say great music, but some cool jams. I love that it's got a selection of different Sega screens. It's got a cool premise, right? The lore is pretty cool. And they do a good job of like this big text scroll, these characters, like you kind of get into the world of this pretty quickly. And I think that like the game does a great job of introducing its world and kind of pulling you into it, for sure. D, I think that's an interesting choice of words, because I agree. I think this game is not good, but I also think it's awesome. This is one of those games that owns, but it's not necessarily good. Specifically, I think there are some very fundamental misunderstandings of the fighting game genre, like behind the design of this game. The world and the plot and the characters, I think, are great. It's purely on a mechanical level that the game kind of falls apart. You can find on the internet the game design document for this game. I'm not sure if I probably have it saved somewhere, because there was a YouTube video where, like, there was a comment in the YouTube comments, like, on a video about this game, where some dude was like, oh yeah, I was the producer on this game, or like, I worked on this game, or whatever, and like, I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically he was like, oh yeah, let me just post this, like, 60-page PDF that's the design document for this game. And it's a rare insight to get in any game from this era, but it's, like, it was really fascinating to read through, because not only do you get a lot of, like, there's a bunch of, like, the characters are all detailed, like, who they are, and it's, like, there's a bunch of references to, like, oh yeah, so Jeddah is a gymnast, this is her fighting style, so for her medium kick, it should be that kick. Check out 2 minutes and 45 seconds on that VHS tape for this video clip from this movie where someone, like, that's the kick I want. It should be that kick. Like, everything is, like, detailed down to the level of that. There's, like, a lot of reference to, like, VHS tape references from martial arts movies and other sources and stuff like that, which obviously we don't have the tapes, but we can get a sense for how they, like, the research they did and how they planned the design of the fighting styles of the characters, which is pretty fascinating. But there's also a lot of the kind of philosophical ideas behind the game, which I think are completely, like, on point, but just horribly misinformed in their execution. Specifically, when they're talking about training. So let me press start here. So this game is, you know, for its time, what, 1993? Very forward-thinking in the kind of features and modes and stuff it puts in the game. Just navigate this real quick. Oh yeah, maybe actually what we should do. How do I change this? Can I not change this? There should be an option to set this to activator. I'm pressing right and left. Nothing happens. If you enable activator mode, the game is like way easier to balance the fact that the activator is a piece of shit. Activator is like the full body motion controller for the Genesis. You have to, I don't know. Technically, I don't have a second controller, but I do have this little wireless receiver plugged in. I'm assuming the battery is dead in the controller. Well, whatever. We'll do this. I was curious to try this, but it's possible that it was taken out of the Japanese version because I'm pretty sure the activator was never released in Japan. I guess I'd have to check the manual to see, but I can't even change it to 3-button or anything else. Yeah, it's strange. But I'm pretty sure you're supposed to. You can't change it to activator mode, but like I said, that could be removed from the Japanese version. Obviously, everything is in English, but I wouldn't, I could see that being a change that was made. It is a first-party Sega-published game, after all, so maybe they would find it weird to have you have that option. Everything being in English, I can see it's a Western game. I can see that potentially being part of the appeal. The lore is translated in the manual and everything anyway, so, or I assume anyway. Information, character biographies. Like, this is pretty cool. There's like a lot of depth, like explaining the martial arts styles and stuff like that. Like, that was a big deal again in that design document, like looking into how to depict the different fighting styles for each character and stuff like that. Rags, Jonathan Blade. Like, the portraits are so good. Jetta Max. Prehistoric Hunter. Gladiator. Yeah, he's got his fighting style is capoeira fighting. Fighting style Pain. Savate and Penchak-Salat. Okay. Kempo. Muay Thai. Hapkido cane fighting. Xavier Pendragon. Mitchell Middleton Knight, aka Midnight. He's the coolest character for sure. Jeet Kune Do. Larson Tyler. I mean, he's pretty cool too. Fucking everyone's pretty cool. Praying Mantis Kung Fu. Shadow Yamato. Biomusic's like Bone Thugs and Harmony. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, there's a shit ton of lore in this game. Storyline. I guess this is from the intro. Yeah, it just plays the intro thing, I'm gonna guess. Credits. Like, that's kind of a cool thing to have. Yeah, Shadow's costume changed in the second game. So there is a sort of sequel to this for the Mega CD, Challenge of the Dark Side, which it's like halfway between sequel and upgrade. I guess it would be comparable to something like Street Fighter Alpha to Alpha 2, where it's like it uses a lot of the same assets, the same systems, but it's kind of like lore-wise kind of replaces it. It's kind of a sequel. I'm not exactly sure of the specifics, but it's not like a completely different game, but it's also definitely not the same game. Learning Hapkido considered witchcraft in Salem. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, so what I was going to talk about specifically about that game design document was how one of the things that they laid out as the kind of design philosophy for the game was that a fighting game should offer a way for the player to practice and train. Like, we want to encourage like mastery of the game. There should be ways, like, they were definitely, like I said, super forward thinking in approaching like how a player is likely to want to engage with a fighting game. And it was very interesting stuff, and all of it is like pretty awfully executed. So the training mode, like having how many 16-bit fighting games has a training mode? Like, that's pretty unique, right? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Dead Dance, does that have a training mode? Like, there might be some games, but if it does, like, it's obviously going to be pretty basic. Like, there's a dummy, right? You can just punch and kick. Let's try the training mode. Okay. All right. So these are the classic fighting game training modes. You got Dexterity Spheres, the Holo Trainer, Practice Sphere, We can try them real quick in order, I guess. Let's start the timer. So let's try Maxwell, Middleton, Knight, whatever, Mitchell. So here's the training room. We get a score rating. Yeah, Budokan has some kind of training. Yeah, the frame data is also weird. Like the medium kick is like way, like this is the heavy kick and this is the medium kick. It seems like it's kind of a weird backwards idea. But there's like so much fucking animation in this. For a 16-bit game, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, we got the color cycling waterfall. Weird hitboxes. So the idea, I guess, is like in this mode, you practice dodging, avoiding, or like how to. Okay, that's just like crouching heavy. His crouching normals are fucking weird. That's his crouching heavy kick. Yeah, the like speed of the normals feels super strange compared. Like you'd never guess which button is which strength, and that's a big problem in this game. Like the frame data is, like I said, you know, they kind of went by a bunch of references. Like this kick looks cool, let's put that in the game. But yeah, so that's one of the training mode. Like, all right, we're a slug. Apparently, our score is really bad. Hollow trainer. Okay, let's fight against Blade. Normal speed. Inner strength is the like Art of Fighting style spirit meter that's consumed when performing special moves. Player skill, CPU skill. So 8 is the max. Hollow trainer modifier. Okay, download hologram. So it defaults to the highest difficulty level. Begin contest. So it's kind of a cool effect that you get a little drone thing that's like projecting the hologram and it's like flashing. I hope that looks okay on stream. Pretty meaty sound effects. Although again, it's a little strange that the lights and heavies seem to have like the same sounds. Alright, we got destroyed by a hologram. Rag's like twitching on the floor. Alright, amateur. I guess that's better than slug. So what about practice sphere? So we get to like enable what range? Alright, mid-range practice spheres. So like, this is the closest we get to having a training mode with a dummy and like we can just like try stuff. So, simply put, alright, that sure is a crouching medium kick. It's a crouching heavy. The game, like, has, like, these elaborate training scenarios, none of which represent, actually, any scenarios you will see in the real game. The closest you get, of course, is that, like, fighting a CPU opponent. But even then, it's like, well, what meaningful distinction is it between doing that and going into, like, just fighting against the computer in a versus match? Because, yeah, I guess you can disable special moves or whatever. You can lower the difficulty, but, like, you can't just have a... I mean, again, let's take a look at the manual here. Let's see if... Because, for all I know, I might not even have special moves in this mode. I'm looking at the manual here. It gives us controls for 6 buttons and 3 buttons. No mention of the activator, from what I can see, so it might just not be compatible with this version. Just interesting. Alright, explaining all the menus. Oh yeah, there's a tournament mode. We can do fucking round robin and single elimination tournament, double elimination tournament. Like, having that in the game is pretty incredible. There's the battle room, which I think is... You can do that as a single player, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of traps and it's ridiculous. Here we go, training mode. Whatever. Well, we still haven't gotten to any character profiles here. Just explaining normal, like it's a pretty, you know, as you'd expect, thorough manual explaining stuff. Here we go. You got these like pretty decent character profile pages with a little bit of art and some special moves down there. Yeah, shadow mode, A plus B plus C. Okay, it looks like it's just, we don't have special moves in this mode. There's like charge moves, which as I recall, charge moves in this game, generally you have to charge them like way, way longer than is appropriate. Button inputs for specials are kind of weird. They're like, it's not so much like, yeah, you can see there in the links, like, there's not generally, you know, motion plus punch or plus kick. It's like specific buttons. Some might have different versions, but it's like, it's not a guarantee that any motion with a punch has 3 different strengths. It's quirky. Yeah, Malone, it's very ambitious. It's just very misguided. So the training mode is useless. It sucks. Like, it's neat. It's a fun little extra. But they included like 52 different training scenarios, except for the one scenario you would really want, which is to like, okay, let me practice actually playing the game. You can't do that. This game has 0 issues. Fair enough. Yeah, so I can lower the CPU skill here in battle mode. And in this, we can just do, all right, let's flying blade saws, some seismic charges, some electric bolts, life extender. Sure, let's go with that. I need to make stream effects. I don't know how to do that, but I'd be happy to. So we got like in this mode, we're playing in this like special level, these like trap devices. That's quite the move. Oh yeah, the little yin yang symbol is your inner strength, your special like super meter basically. And it shows you, like, when you do specials, it can kind of get reduced. Oh, yeah, so I did something there, I guess. Oh, I got super speed, because I got shot by an electric bolt. Oh, that's a weird air normal. That's a weird crouching light kick. Oh, time ran out. It's a weird game for sure. I can't believe I wasted points on that. Can we quit out? I have a reset button. Let's just do that. Get owned. So, like, there's a lot of weird quirks, and we haven't even gotten to what I think is the dumbest thing about the entire game, which is the actual one-player real game mode. Like, every aspect of this game is, like, tinged by some incompetence or just misguided misunderstanding of what makes a good fighting game experience. Forward thinking, and to be fair, like, it's not like there was any precedent for how to do a training mode in a fighting game. It's just like, it's strange to think surely like anyone who played arcade fighting games would be at least, or even, you know, Street Fighter on console or whatever, even though that kind of barely come out at this point. Well, that's an exaggeration, I suppose. The Sega version hadn't really come out, I think, or they were kind of similar in a similar time frame. But, you know, putting a quarter in for the player 2 side, or just like using 2 controllers and letting player 2 do nothing while I mess around with the controls to try stuff. Like, the game doesn't even have that, despite having 65 training modes. So that's a bit weird. But if we then go into, so if we go into options mode here, we can set our controllers. Well, we can't really change anything. We set game speed, controller config, but there's one option here that has been conspicuously absent. It's actually been in some of the training stuff here, but if we go to fight, practice. Is this the training mode? I'm pretty sure they're... Okay, well, never mind. So this is just... I'm not sure. I guess this is battle mode, except we don't have stupid traps. But again, we don't have a still dummy. And I can't back out of it. Oh, like soft reboot. Oh, okay, I can turn... Alright, well, let's reset again. We get to see a bunch of these Sega screens, so that's pretty cool. I think we saw that one before. Whatever. They're really cool. And the characters are like pretty large and really well animated. But let's actually do this. So, fight, enter contest. One thing that has been conspicuously absent, in case you didn't notice, there is no difficulty option. In some of the training modes, we can reduce or change the CPU level when we play the arcade mode, or whatever, the fight mode. We have no options. Well, let's go Midnight. He's cool. He's got fucking weird-ass normals, but he's cool, so let's do it. So the game just has one difficulty level. There's no way to lower the difficulty. So let's hope it's not impossible. I think what we can do here is try to find normals that don't have 50,000 frames of startup. It's my standing medium punch.
Seatbelt on.
That's a good emote for that. Like, there's a lot of really useless moves in this game. And actually, I know this game, I think it was this version, might have been the CD game, had like a fan-made patch that had come out recently that did a lot of like balance changes and stuff. I'm dead. So, what are his moves? Which I'm sure makes this game more playable. Because there's some weirdness going on here. There's no announcer, which seems a little weird, but... Midnight. There we go. Shiringuramu. Searing Ram, I don't know. Down up C. Missed attack A+C. Flying wall smash. Back forward Z. Okay. Oh yeah, he's taunting me to reduce my meter, I guess. Oh, there we go. That's A+C. Yeah, see the like fucking full second of recovery. Okay, he's crouching heavy kick where it turns into a cloud. Seems pretty useless. Yep, this is our first opponent here. Well, we get to continue. I don't get to pick characters again. That's fine. Okay, well that seems like a decent move. So if you use special moves, like you gotta find the moves that don't have like a full second of startup. But since using special moves takes meter, I guess there aren't combos in this game either. The CD game definitely has combos because I've seen combo videos of it. It's reducing meter, I can't do specials. Like throwing... You gotta find like decent pokes. And throw... well, I didn't have time anyway. Oh yeah, that was the second round, right? I guess there's no round indicators on screen. No, okay, that was the first round. I can't link anything off of a heavy jump in. And his like jump medium kicks like above my own head, so I think the art in this is incredible. I think especially, I feel like this game is very much designed with like, holy shit! I was mashing and I was busy turning around, I guess, so I couldn't throw him. He threw me. I feel like this is like extremely designed for composite video. I think that's pretty typical for American like Genesis games. A lot of dithering. I was dizzy? Okay, I couldn't tell. I'll take your word for it. See, like, jump attacks with, like, infinite active frames. So weird. See, I hit him with my immediate, like, light jump kick on the way up, and he remained in hit stun until I landed. So that, like, might be a thing, I guess, that... hit stun for jump attacks is like relative to where you are in, like what state you are in. Oh yeah, fucking Midnight's standing medium kick with like 8,000 frames of startup. Whew. Well, we timer scammed one round at least. Lose animations for time over, like that's pretty cool. Street Fighter 2 only, like, plays a pose from your stun animation, basically. Dude, like, he still blocked that. That's my crouching medium kick, by the way. Can't, like, jump under. It's so fucking awkward to actually play. Okay, I threw from that somehow. Okay. Nice. Okay, we got him. But I'm sure the characters are like super unbalanced. And other characters will probably have way better normals, or at least one or two good normals. Oh, you have like a future Muay Thai arena. The stages are so cool. And like there's a lot of lighting effects and stuff, like the way, both in the character sprites, like you see the lighting there from the, whatchamacallit, the fire on the statue. Like it looks incredible. And there's a lot of this like purple sort of secondary lighting effects on I mean, it's not kind of for every character, but some of them kind of have it. What the heck just happened there? Still don't know what this down up C move is supposed to be. I don't think I've ever actually performed it successfully. So this game is very awkward and hard to play, which is unfortunate. And we might see the single worst feature of the single-player mode shortly here, if possible. Well, I mean, we'll see it soon enough. It might happen very soon. It might happen with a bit of a delay. You'll know it when it happens. Frame data and like the way you can like having instant throws, of course, isn't weird. But the way he can like interrupt certain things or like cancel stuff, like it doesn't seem like it's designed. It's just like you just kind of pop out of certain states in weird situations. It's a very strange game. Nice, we got him. Whew. We're alive still. Some of the music is like kind of cool, but it's definitely not a Even by like Sega America standards, I wouldn't say that it's a particularly strong soundtrack. I can think of stuff like Spider-Man, X-Men 2, Comic Zone, like that have kind of weird, grungy, Genesis-y soundtracks, but definitely have good music. This isn't completely devoid of good music, but I wouldn't say it has a particularly memorable soundtrack. Oh, okay. Just like became unblockable. Fuck's sake! Okay, check this shit out. Okay, we lost to Rex. Do we get to continue? Is there a continue screen? Because we just got right booted back into the fight when we fought Xavier, right? What's going on here? We're fighting Xavier. Does this game not have continues? No, that's not quite the case. This game has infinite continues. But when you continue, you don't get to redo the fight you just lost. You have to redo the fight prior to the fight that you lost. We just didn't happen to get further than to the second fight. So we have to redo the first fight. But if we beat Rax and lose to the next character, we would have to fight Rax again. I don't think there's like a soft reboot, so let's just do this and we'll pick another character and see if we have a character with any usable normals. Yeah, this game is like kind of fucked. So it's like the game defaults to the highest difficulty level, I guess. Never seen that before. Yeah, it's it's groundbreaking and innovative in a lot of weird ways, some bad ways, and sadly not so many good ways. The lore and all that shit is cool, but as far as the mechanics of the game itself, like, yeah, unfortunately not. Let's try Jetta. I have to press start, no way to pick like alternate colors, I guess. Like, I can look up special moves, I suppose, but I'm not even sure that's, like, there's a point to it. She's got, like, big hitbox. Oh, yeah, her jumping heavy punch is fucked up. It's this weird dive that has, like... Yeah, hit stun. I'm not sure what that is. This game clearly doesn't believe in hit stun. Anytime you want to try special moves, the AI is just going to taunt so you lose all your meter. There's like no proper pokes. It's like... the normals are like... The characters' movesets are just not well designed. Like, you would think she has a normal where she just, like, sticks her leg out forward, but nah, not really. That's her light kick. Her close light kick, she kicks forward. Like that. But her far light kick is just... I don't know, where's it? I don't understand. No, okay, I guess if you press... No? Okay, sometimes she does the weird shin kick. Sometimes she kicks forward. He's got the full-on Adon win pose. Although this game predates Street Fighter Alpha, so maybe they took it from this game. Hey, what's up, Killer Miller? Yeah, the boss is absurd in this game. Yeah, that's her medium kick. So her light kick has longer range and is slower than her medium kick. And then this is her heavy kick. I guess B and C did some weird spin that wasted a bunch of meters, so I can't do it again. Medium punch, like she doesn't... Her crouching medium punch has like a weird big vertical hitbox. That's... Wait, what the heck? That's her crouching light punch. She does a backflip. Throws her... I'm frustrated because I want this game to be fun and good. Yeah, that's just her crouching light punch. This game is so cool. but it's unplayable. Like it's like the physics of how the characters move and fight is perfectly competent compared to so many other console fighting games. Like the way walking, jumping, frame rate. Like I've played games that feel so much jankier than this in so many ways. But it's just the way the characters are designed. The frame data, the animations, the hitboxes is super whack. I don't even know how you taunt. I'm sure everyone can do it, but... See the range on that shit? It's just useless. Let's try another character. I can't even skip this, I guess. But yeah, we're not going to get that far, for sure. But the boss takes the bullshit to a different level, because the continue rule or system, whatever we want to call it, still applies. But the final boss, the Eternal Champion, also has... I think it's 5 life bars, 5 or 6 life bars. So yeah, it's... And you, of course, you don't get a health refill. Like, you just have to defeat... You know, imagine we're fighting a character like this, except it's the boss character, so he's, like, really strong, I guess. And also, he has 5 times as much HP as anybody else. This is a really gorgeous stage. That's safe on block, of course it is. Okay, so Larson seems to have a kind of okay looking normals. That's a cool move. Fucking the Quan Chi Wule. That's a light, his standing light kick is that half screen knee. Which is his like slowest kick. That sweep is a standing heavy kick. Like, it's impossible to intuit what any normal is based on the way it looks. Nothing is like the button you think it would be. But this, yeah, the stages are so detailed, like all these like animals and characters kind of animating and moving around. Hits multiple times somehow. Oh, did you guys see that? Throws are kind of weird. Yeah, like the game, simply put, is designed by... I mean, that's kind of how I always describe kind of the old MK games. But this is like that times 10 in terms of... Oh my god, infinite range Wule. Just fucking slammed me into the ceiling. They just don't understand the fundamentals of how a game like this should function. And yeah, if this game only had proper gameplay, indeed. I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, they... Not to say that people who made this game, or people who made Mortal Kombat, or Primal Range, or any game like that, they didn't... I'm not calling them like fake fighting game fans or whatever. You know, they're not enjoying it on the same level as I am. Therefore, it's not valid, their enjoyment of it. But specifically in terms of... I don't think it's too controversial to say that you probably require a deeper understanding of a game, or type of game, to design one compared to just enjoying it. Oh, did we get the Fatal? Hell yeah. So yeah, this game has stage fatalities. You kind of trigger them by knocking the opponent out in like specific spots in the stage. I'm really glad I was able to show that. Oh, that's my crouching light kick. This is my crouching medium kick. Fast. My crouching heavy is like at least looks like a crouching heavy kick. It's like a sweep. Oh, I thought I picked up something in the training that made Jetta super fast. I guess she just has a move that makes her really fast. Do the hitboxes though. Yeah, and the Mega CD sequel gets like crazy with the gore and the like detail in the fatalities and stuff. It has like CG FMVs and shit. Well, this seems to work. Like the stages are so good. Like multiple wind poses per character. The animation, it's just so impressive. Like this game is so impressive. It's too bad that it's like kind of a piece of shit. I mean, this seems to have worked better than anything else, so why risk anything? I haven't quite had time to even try my punch buttons. Alright, jab. This is pretty good. Medium. Same but slower. Alright, crouching fierce is a little bit of an uppercut. I don't know if she can't throw me or something. Like, I don't know. She's like barely attacking and... I was gonna say, I can mess around for the last 5 seconds. We're not gonna get any fatals winning by time over, but... Third opponent. We can now lose once without having to go back to the start. It's quite the achievement. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, there's like stupid moves and weird stuff. I guess when he's green, I can't punch him without getting frozen. Although again, this is a fucking gorgeous level. Yeah, I mean, Mortal Kombat was definitely always clunky. I think it's... I mean, I definitely wasn't smart or knowledgeable enough to probably even go so far as to say it's bad or weird in any particular way compared to Street Fighter. I remember specifically enjoying Mortal Kombat 4 and thinking it was better than Tekken 3, or like at the very least that I enjoyed it more. I don't think that's true at all at this point. But at least compared to this, like, Mortal Kombat has its own weird logic, but it's definitely very clunky, and I think it's the way certain things work in early MK. Like, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that the guys who made it don't like really understand fighting games very well. Like, the extent to which they succeeded in doing stuff more sensibly than this game, I wouldn't necessarily attribute to a better understanding of the genre. Might just have been dumb luck, or like more a stricter adherence to a Street Fighter-like design, although I guess it's not really true either, because this is definitely closer to Street Fighter than Mortal Kombat is. I don't know what was up with Trident. He just kind of didn't fight back. Oh, this is such a cool-looking stage. Like, fucking every stage is so cool-looking in this. Okay, she can turn invisible.
Coward.
The voices are so good.
Coward.
Like, Larson has, like, proper fighting game normals, kind of at least. Some of them. His jump kick, like, aims at the opponent. So does his grounded punches and kicks, I guess.
Coward.
So is she, like, not hittable right now? Is that a thing? Probably. Oh, I got her. Yeah, of course, fighting games were new, for sure. It's not like there's a lack of Japanese fighting games that are bad. But I would still say that there were like no really kind of good Western fighting games for a long time. But I think, you know, it also it's not just fighting games. Like, I think the kind of action games, beat 'em ups, and other like arcade games that started becoming popular in the the second half of the 80s. Like, I would say that I would trust Japanese developers to design a more compelling and nice feeling experience. You know, compare, I don't know, fucking Pit Fighter to Final Fight or something. Maybe it's not a fair comparison, but I guess that's the thing. You don't even have to go, like, the Double Dragon games are kind of a bit janky. Okay, nice. But they still feel super satisfying. And there's just like, I don't know, a tradition to kind of that everything kind of fits into, and the American games were often kind of weird and janky. Yeah, Atari jank is legendary. I think Midway, like, not quite the same level, but as far as like, yeah, they did, you know, Smash TV and NBA Jam and stuff that like was legit great. But as far as like melee combat and that kind of thing, I guess I can't think of many Western examples that feel as smooth and refined and just like nice feeling. Fucking hell. As like the average, at least quality Japanese title. And I think fighting games, it kind of bleeds into that. And specifically, I suppose, you know, fighting games are so sensitive to that kind of thing. Like, they have to kind of feel good because that is the entire game. Or like hitting attacks and how that feels and how that functions is so much of the game. Like we played Gauntlet, right? And that has like really weird feeling combat. Like it's 85, sure, but even so. But there are other aspects to it that it kind of gets away with having strange feeling combat. Nice. Okay. Whew. But it's more that, I guess, like, there were, of course, like, players of fighting games in America, but and a lot of them kind of went on to designing stuff too, like some of the high level players in the like early SoCal fighting scene or whatever. But oh my god, I'm getting fucking destroyed here. Input reading. That weird command jump seems useless. There's no way I can win. That weird teleport of his is strange. But like, yeah, there's like no one making games like this that I feel like really understood them on that level, or at least not had the competence to develop the game and, you know, in accordance. Yeah, Larson, definitely of the characters we've played, has the most, like, sensible normals, or the highest amount of normals that approach being sensible. Yeah, cool. He did a move where when I hit him, I get slow. That's, like, novel, but it's also fucked. But yeah, like, this game is 93. That is early. But it's I guess it's like the level of ambition is kind of a double-edged sword, because it's easy with hindsight to say, like, oh my god, why didn't they just copy Street Fighter 2 more closely? The game would have been so much better. But that's maybe not the strongest argument, like, during the development of the game. Like, someone has an idea. Like, I could see someone, you know, a producer or something, questioning a design decision and saying, I think this sounds strange. This should be more like Street Fighter 2. And as a creator, being kind of frustrated by that, you know, kind of response. Yeah, I hit him and I got punished for it. And it doesn't seem like creating that aura is something that he has to, like, commit to. With a, oh yeah, I got stunned there. With, like, a long startup or something. Yeah, Trident's, I think that's his, like, player 2 palette. But if you look at the kind of green shading, it's kind of this kind of secondary light source, which is, like, a really quite sophisticated technique for the art. For, like, a game, console game from 1993, for sure. And it, I mean, I want to say, like, for a Western game too, like, I wouldn't expect a high level of artistry. Yeah, slow movement equals slow jumping. Of course, why wouldn't it? So, like, I guess I can't touch him now. All right, there we go. More off. Well, I think some things, obviously copying things like sort of frame data frame by frame or whatever is difficult. Yeah, the projectile, I guess, just stuns on hit. But the problems with this isn't that it's not exactly like Street Fighter 2, is that it's so, like, extremely bizarre in ways that, like, other few, if any, fighting games manage. Like, not having combos is definitely... Oh my god, what's the verdict? Neither wins. Draw. Is that a loss, then? Do we get to move back to previous fighter? No, okay. Whew, one more round. Last match. Oh, that's not a great start. Oh my god. So if I hit him, I get affected by the aura, and if he hits me, I also get affected. That's fair. Seems like if I do a late jump in, or fuck. No, it's not enough time. Ah, timer's so fast. Okay, we go back. One more fight. Anyway, I'm not suggesting they should have reverse engineered SF2, but what I'm saying is, like, I feel like some of the, like, it's easy with hindsight, of course, again, but, like, some of the ideas and the specific executions of certain things just seem so egregious that it seems like, not specifically that it's too different from Street Fighter 2, but it's like, did they test things? Like, did they not realize that some of these moves are just, like, impossible to use because they have, like, 2 full seconds of startup and shit? Of course, like, as far as the normals and stuff, like, that's just the way this kind of waterfall production pipeline model, you know, they just designed everything ahead of time, and it's like, all right, this is what we're gonna do, and we're animating this based on this reference, and that's how it turns out. So that kind of is what it is, I guess. Ugh. Taking that damage just from getting hit by a stray projectile, pretty rough. There's no, like, nothing is punishable, I guess. Well, that's probably not true. I'm sure there's stuff that's, like, weird. I guess I don't know if there's, like, block stun. There might not be. Is that a throw? I don't even know what that is. So we defeated Trident. Yeah, we got to Xavier after Trident. So we're like fighting our way back to wherever we were. Wait, what? So now I'm fighting Jeddah. She was... What just happened? Did I not win? Did I time over and lose, or... I'm feeling... Am I going insane here? 'Cause this is like the... We're going back to the second fight. We defeat her the first time with just slides and crouching kicks. Yeah, she speeds up, so now her jumps are faster. Okay. I feel like she got knocked out by touching the ground. That's weird, but... Even her, like, breathing animation being knocked down, that's like an incredible detail to see in a game like this. Like, you'd see it in Soul Calibur or whatever, like... characters kind of writhing on the floor. And of course in MKDC, because they have to specifically mark very clearly that if you do a heroic brutality, that the opponent is not dead. So they like convulse on the floor or just breathe very heavily. But for like a 2D fighting game, let alone a console fighting game from '93, like it's kind of insane to see that level of detail. Yeah, Kojima, I know you go back, but I thought I won, and then I still went back instead of forward. It's confusing. Okay, I definitely won. So do we go back to Midnight again? Or do I go back to Rax? No, okay, now okay, Trident. Somehow. But Jeddah was... Why is the order getting all mixed up? Because Jeddah was before Midnight. I guess we lost to Trident, so then we have to beat Midnight and then go back and beat Jeddah before we can face Trident again. So after I beat Trident, do I have to beat Midnight again before I can fight Xavier? Actually, hang on. Let me see his moves here. Back forward Z for the weird chain sweep. Power sweep A plus B plus C for the the Spider-Man web swing. Side throw back forward Y. Okay. That's at least a projectile. Oh boy, like the fucking aura just sticks with you when you get hit by him. Dude, it's so incredibly cheap. It's so fucking stupid. Alright, the timer's fast. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, no way he has time to actually defeat me here. Oh, we actually knocked him out. Does winning on time over, not count or something? I don't know, because I think we advanced like that several times. So that doesn't seem likely.
Freak.
Look at that move. Like, how fucking slow is that shit? It's unusable. It looks cool. I got fucking frozen from full screen for some reason. I'm trying to anti-air, but it's fucking no use. Yep, the fireball stuns you when you get hit, so he gets a free follow-up. I think that's one more round? Yeah. One more match. Begin contest. But yeah, I mentioned at the beginning, at least in the US version, I guess it's taken out of this version. You can... This is designed, quote-unquote, to be played with the activator, the motion controller. Well, controller. It's a little ring with infrared lights that you stand in, and you wave your hands and feet above sensors to register button presses. It's a terrible idea, not executed very well. But because you obviously have awful control, if you do that, in this game, if you set it to activator mode, to make up for the fact that you barely can control the game, you have way more health and you deal more damage. And you can I guess in the US version, I think you can set it to activator. So that's a hidden easy mode. It's really weird. Pretend that the other characters experience the same defeat penalties as yourself for the order shuffling. Yes, okay, I wasn't it's yeah, you fucking never know who you're gonna fight next. It's a weird infinite elimination tournament bracket, I guess. This is bizarre. I knew that you had to fight multiple opponents again after you lose. I couldn't even explain why we're fighting these characters in this order. There definitely seems to be a thing where you land a jump attack, they stay in hit stun until you land. So like jump attacks are always neutral on hit, I guess.
Coward, coward, coward.
Weird like invisibility, teleporting kind of moves. Scrolling doesn't quite keep up. Oh, throwing. Well, we're probably not winning this. Our crouching sweep strats. Oh yeah, I punished that before. Okay, we got the life lead. Trying to walk under, it's not going well. Crossed up. Oh, that's not good. Yep, of course she becomes invincible. That's a cool move. Oh, fucking, oh my god. Oh, the timer is so strict. There's no timer options, of course. And we go back to Jeddah. The order is just baffling. I cannot figure out. Like, I already forgot, like, completely what order we actually fought these opponents in. I think Rax was our first opponent, right? He's the only one we haven't fought again. Is that a charge move? I guess. Yeah, these like back forwards motions are, I guess they're charge motions, but sometimes it doesn't seem like you have to charge. Well, it's baffling like every other aspect of this game. It's just a mystery. There we go. Shadow Ranger 3, what's up? Loved this game as a kid. I mean, it's a cool game. I can see how you might enjoy it a lot. I think I played this once on a rental, and I had no memories. Like when I bought this game a few years ago, I basically, you know, wanted to get it because, you know, it's got cool characters and everything. I didn't know too much about how it played. Having played it once or twice as a kid, but having no real recollection of how it played, I just kind of assumed that, you know, it's not going to be great, but, you know, it's a console fighting game. You know, you can probably have pretty fun with it. But then I played it. It was like, holy shit, it's like impossible and fucking weird and just not well made. And it made me really sad. And I haven't... This might be the first time I'm playing it since then. But I still, you know, I'm being honest when I say I'm glad this game was picked, and I'm happy to revisit it because there is a lot to enjoy about it, just not how it plays. Yeah, that round was lost way before that because the time, I just didn't have enough time to get the life lead back. I'm definitely curious to check out that like fan patch thing because I'm curious like to what degree they modified the game. Because I think there's a lot of, like... There is really everything you need here to make a good game. Whether it's a ROM hack or, like, a Mugen game using these sprites and the mechanics and whatever, like... It's really just, like, frame data alone. Frame data and, to an extent, hitboxes and, you know, hit stun. I'm definitely curious to play the sequel because, I like I said, I know that game has combos. And the mere presence of combos does to me suggest fundamental changes to how the combat works. Even if it's got like infinites out the ass and it's like doesn't have very well thought out frame data, it couldn't possibly be worse than this. Like if this was exactly what it is but it had combos, it would be better. Okay, Trident. Big mystery is, do I go back to Shadow if I beat him, or do we get to Xavier? I feel like I'm not going to get back to Xavier until I beat everybody again. Probably. Anyone who's ever beat us, we probably have to beat again, and Shadow has beaten us. Oh, I hate this. Stun. Oh, I can mash out of it. I like the inner strength system, since it forces you to change up your attacks. I mean, I can see on the theoretical sort of concept of limiting powerful moves by requiring a resource. But the specials are so fucked in this game, and like the requirements, the meter requirements, I don't know. I mean, it's not. I shouldn't talk authoritatively like I'm an expert or something, but. Oh, I have life lead, right? Yes. Okay. Whew. I don't think it's well executed. And I also, for the most part, think, like, depends on how the game is designed, of course. Like, I think Art of Fighting kind of works. But, you know, I prefer special moves being a part of your character's kit that you're expected to be able to use. Like, it's one thing to have other, like, more powerful moves, supers or something that require meter. But for the most part, specials are, like, when even the most, you know, basic special moves are limited in that way, it can be kind of awkward. Yeah, I mean, you know, apologies if this comes across as offensive, but as far as throwing projectiles in Street Fighter, like, if you... That is not a foolproof strategy, and if you cannot overcome it, then you deserve to lose. At least in accordance with how that game works. And I think... if the game has a system in place that limits it, you know, then it plays by different rules, and then maybe it should be that way. But I think if you're going to limit the projectiles or any special moves, then they should be very powerful. And I think as 28 years of Street Fighter has shown, like, standard fireballs are rarely, if ever, powerful to that point. Oh! I got chipped out. Unless that was unblockable or an overhead or something. I don't even know. Oh, boy. I didn't feel like I had that much trouble with Shadow before, but damage in this game is kind of weird too, I guess.
Coward. Coward.
What do I do against that shit? Like, you can't, like, because there's no, like, frame advantage or block stun, there's, like, no pressure either. Like, everything is just, like, these awkward stray hits. And, like, the weird iframes. Like, I can't hit her out of activating that move, and I can't punish her coming out of it either. That's weird. Oh, yeah, I did a... Okay, I thought... It looked like I did a weird crouch move, but that's because I did my charge backwards, forwards, heavy punch, and she crossed me over and crossed me up, and I did... Oh. This game is so fucked. It makes me sad because it's so cool. But it's like...
Pig. Pig.
The timer's really fast, the damage is kind of low. Yeah, the aesthetics are awesome, but it just doesn't function. People hate how Eternal Champions functions. Oh. It's like, I think the aesthetic carries it. I'm still, like, not having a fully miserable time, but it's just like, it's just so baffling that they determined that this is how a fighting game should work, you know? Even without, like, you know, 20 years or 30 years of convention that we would have coming into designing a fighting game today, like, what was the thinking behind, like, oh yeah, so how do we improve, like, let's change it up from how Street Fighter works. Instead of letting you try multiple times to defeat the opponent that defeated you, and every time you lose, you go back further and you have to fight someone else. And if you win, we're not going to resume your progress, you're just going to get thrown into another fight. And it's going to be really confusing. You have no idea who you're fighting. It's just... well, we won. I guess she got banished to her time period or something. I don't know what happened. Alright, Trident again. So at this point, Shadow is definitely the problem here. Well, I say, and then I'm gonna get beat up by Trident, I guess, probably. But... Oh, hitboxes... Like, there's no, like... Oh. The fact that he's got that weird aura move, and there's just no startup animation for it, that is so extremely fucked. I mean, that's a move that should require meter. For sure. I did some kind of flip. Oh, I got re-stunned by the second fireball because I mashed out of the stun and got counter hit by the second fireball. But yeah, the fact that there aren't combos makes this game function very strangely too. Because like you can't really use projectiles. You can't cancel into a projectile. Or like just have it. I don't know. There's so many like basic rules that you tend to take for granted with how fighting games work that just don't apply here. This like surely his meter was kind of empty there. Like the meter comes back, but I got a little lucky there. He had an empty meter, and a second later he did that move. Does it just not require meter? The one move that's like incredibly overpowered, that's the one that doesn't require meter? I don't get it. Was that round 1, round 2? I forget. No, that's round 1. Or, okay, I guess he tried it one around.
3.
Yeah, I can't, like, it looks like I should be able to sweep under that high kick of his, but nope, I can't. Like, when the enemy's in the air, it's like the only time they're not blocking everything. We're on the ground, like it seems to be hard, if not impossible, to like counter hit them out of anything on the ground. It rarely happens anyway. Okay, well, we won. So like you're incentivized to jump a lot, and that's always, you know, associated with certain amounts of risk. Okay, the order is baffling, but at least like this seems to be the... Because originally Trident was the character we faced before Xavier, right? But somehow we now are being gate-capped here by Shadow. But I imagine if we beat her, we're gonna fight Xavier again. He's like, seems to be the definitely hardest opponent we face with any character. Fuck me! I'm trying to do my fucking projectile. Ah! If I would have won that trade, or well, it's not a trade, but if I had knocked her out of the air, I'd be in an okay position to maybe win, but it's weird because damage seems like kind of low, but you can have a bad streak of hits, and oh, that does not insignificant amounts of chip. Like, oh, the states are so weird. Like, you can't like just stick out a normal and expect it to hit, because sometimes it'll just go right through them. They block something and then they do an instant attack and you're dead. Oh, this fucking game. And I beat her first try, and now she's like impossible. It's... I guess it's like about the 37th time I'm saying this, but this game is just utterly baffling.
Pig.
That was a good use of meter. I just want this game to be good. Damn it. Oh shit! You hit me with a crouching light punch, backflip kick. So if I lose against Jeddah, where would that even put me? Back against Rax? Midnight, I guess? 'Cause I think she has the life lead, so I have to like land. Well, okay. Because there's no like hit stun and no real like hit stop, I guess like you have to be really alert to sort of start blocking, or you can get hit by like 5 hits in a row. You have to like always hold back. I mean, literally hold the backwards direction, not like hold back. Because if you get hit, like counter hit or something, there can be like 2 frames of hit stun, and then you're vulnerable again. See there, I hit my projectile, and then like it looked like I comboed into the throw, but there aren't any combos. It's just the projectile had no hit stun. What's up, Helical? No, not at all. As I've said many a time, if I wasn't interested in playing a game, I would not have put it on the list. This is a barely functional game that is kind of infuriating, but it's also really cool. And I've been wanting to revisit this, even though I knew that it would be a miserable time to a degree, because it is cool. Cool, I'm about to lose to Jeddah and go back to like the first fight, basically. Probably. It takes forever, but it's like the only strat that... Well, I'm not even landing hits. I was going to say that like prevents me from getting hit, but not getting hit isn't good enough. I need to land hits, and I don't have time. I'm done. The match is over. It looked like the throw actually did damage there after the timer went out, which is interesting. Didn't help me, of course. Okay, Midnight. I think this is the second match. I think it was Rax, Midnight, Jeddah, Trident. No, Shadow, Trident, Xavier. But at this point, like, even if I win against Midnight, it's not guaranteed that I will move on to the next character. See, I can't punish that. There's like no punishing anything in this game. Alright, hit me with the Wule. Like, if I win here, maybe I'll fight Rax again. Maybe I'll jump to Trident. Maybe it's Xavier. I have no idea. That's the like exciting part. Let's find out which of the opponents that I've previously beaten will I have to defeat after I beat this character who I've already defeated. In fact, this character I've never lost to. I beat him like 3 or 4 times. We did the fatality on him the first time. I mean, that should be a rule, right? Like, at least if you do the fucking fatality, you shouldn't have to fight them again. But, I don't know, maybe it's time travel, I guess. Also, that little thing right there, the camera scrolling to focus on the winning character. Like, yeah, that's something that you see in some arcade fighting games and stuff, but it's a cool feature to see here. Like, the way the charge moves work, it's like you hold backwards and you get crossed up, and you press the punch button and you get the special move. Like, there's something about the leniency of the charge inputs that feels strange. Like, that can technically happen in any game, of course, if you time it just right, but the timing window here is so wide that it seems to happen unreasonably often. Yeah, there we go. I could still move. She somehow... They attacked didn't kill her. Hitting the ground did. I just don't have patience to do it slowly, and it luckily worked out this time. Some jumping punches. Hope that she jumps into it. I mean, that seems to work pretty well. Let's try to go back to the center here. I was thinking the center looked conspicuous, so I figured if there's a fatality here, it would probably be by knocking them out near the center, but oh, Midnight's a vampire, so he's okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, Trident again. Is the jump heavy punch, the air-to-air strat? Seems like a good normal for that. The spacing there was obviously a bit suspect. That's a pretty good normal. Oh, I slid under him when he jumped, and I tried to punch, and I did the fucking side throw. Gotta like be really careful to let go to the D-pad, or you'll do the accidental charge special moves. I'm curious how we do this little backflip thing, because I've done it multiple times when mashing out of the stun, so I'm sure it's like a press multiple buttons kind of thing. But I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Like, if you want to back off to try to do special moves, like, it'll never work, because as soon as you back off, they start taunting and drain your meter. Alright, I'm converting to using more punches than kicks. That seems to work. Dude, look at how long I was stunned. This game is utterly fucked. There's just no two ways about it. Oh, I got the throw. I was gonna say, getting slowed now, it won't matter, because he'll die. Okay, so the jumping heavy punch is a good move. That's good to know. Shadow, I would assume? Yeah. Man, these portraits are so good. Whoop, okay, she's got the anti-air projectile. Oh yeah, I'm the coward, of course. I don't understand how that move works. Like, she can just appear whenever she feels like it. It seems like... Dude, okay, I thought I threw her, but... Fucking anti-air projectile is so good. I mean, it makes sense that it would hit me out of the air, but... The AI for the other characters was easier to jump around without getting immediately punished for it. And it's like, I can't fucking stay on the ground either, because she'll teleport and... I don't know, she's really tough. Jump heavy. That's a throw, good. Like, she definitely does moves when she has no meter. Like, is that a CPU thing, or... is her teleport, like, she teleports and Trident does the aura with no meter, and those are, like, super good moves. So I'm not sure if it's just the meter system being super fucked, or AI cheating, or a little bit of both. There's, like, no hitbox on his half of his leg during his sweep. Or maybe, like, she just has iframes when she throws her projectile. Is that a thing? Like, one or the other. Like, it's just... See, like, if I just stand still, she literally comes out of her teleport invisibility thing with a throw. And if I jump, she, like, will appear and shoot a projectile. Like, I have to get so lucky. And the timing isn't, you know, consistent either. Such bullshit. Oh, that's the match. Okay, so now we go back to fucking midnight or some shit. Well, let's see. We can at least test our strat here and see if it works more reliably. I was gonna say she's very jump happy, especially when she's like with her speed up mode. But she moves so quickly that she doesn't stay in the air for very long. But yeah, okay, just jumping heavy punch. But we're gonna have to fight Trident before we try her again, I guess. I mean, Shadow.
Pig.
Movement. I think I got her. Yep. At least it's like it goes by pretty quickly if you can do a strat like that. It doesn't work super reliably on Trident, but it is a good move. It just Larson has a pretty high jump, it seems like. Trident jumps lower. And it doesn't really hit below him super well, that jumping punch. It's like okay, early on at least. Jumping heavy kick is better for that. But it's not as good, it's like the air to air. Alright, okay. That worked pretty quickly. But yeah, this entire approach basically doesn't really work on Shadow. By the way, we're still about like half an hour or something later trying to fight our way back to the point of our like most advanced progress, basically. Because we defeated Trident, we defeated Shadow, and got to Xavier. And we've done like 20 fights trying to get to Xavier again. And if we do, he's probably gonna fucking destroy us. Oh, I tried to do the throw and I did my fucking shitty special instead. I feel like throwing is the only thing I can do reasonably if he hits me with the aura. I don't even know what happens if you do. But at least if the throw is like performed very slowly, it should be relatively safe. As opposed to just getting stuck in place doing something else. Of course, there's no real way to set up the throw. Get hit by a sweep. It's not the worst. Yeah, that was the original strat. Just doing a late medium kick jump in, which is that kick right there. That's a good like air to air also. I like that after I land the jump kick and I try to walk backwards, I'm stuck blocking. Oh, okay. Oh, this game, it never ceases to surprise me. Oh, and he won the match. Well, oh, my fucking god. Like, there's no difficulty option, so I can't lower the difficulty. When the game feels like being difficult, it sure is. So we're gonna have to do Jeddah again after this. So yeah, I guess you go back 2 fights and not 1. But even then, the order seems confusing sometimes. This game is fucking bizarre. And I'm so, like, annoyed that I just want to see if I can have a chance against Xavier again. But if we were to beat Xavier, we still have to fight... I'm assuming you have to fight yourself. Maybe not. But if not, then there's still Blade left. There's Slash. who else? I think there's... Oh. Maybe that's it? Because there's obviously not a huge roster. We've endured almost 80 minutes of this. Yeah, somehow. It's probably the most time I've spent playing this. But I also am fairly certain that this is further than I've ever gotten into this, like winning multiple matches. So yeah, we got Rax, Jetta, Midnight, Shadow, Trident, Xavier. Yeah, it makes sense, I guess, that Blade and Slash might be the only characters left after this. Like, if I were to hypothetically beat Xavier. How many con coins to skip anymore of this game? I think we're definitely... this is on our last legs here. When I was fighting Midnight again there, I definitely almost turned the game off. But it's like so... There's something about the frustration that this game creates that just like makes me want to overcome it. Because it is satisfying when things go well, even if it's not like very satisfying to play necessarily in terms of like doing the stuff. See there, I'm stuck blocking. Like, it's one thing to not have, like Street Fighter 2 doesn't have proximity guard. Like, if an opponent is attacking, if they're jabbing, like mashing jab on the other side of the screen, you can't walk back because you'll be stuck blocking. But this game does that even when the opponent is in a knockdown state. That's very bizarre. Trident, I think? Yeah. Oh, I tried to anti-air him. Shouldn't have done that, I guess. I hate this big old heavy kick that's so... Oh, yeah, I got frozen there because I got hit by the aura. I did my projectile there. I tried to throw him, but... Like, that projectile is like a charge move. You can charge back, and then you can, like, walk forward for a weirdly long time. And then press a button, and the move will still trigger. Oh, yeah, even that. Like, there's fucking charge partitioning in this. Although mostly accidental charge partitioning. Dude, I wonder if hitting a projectile trigger the aura. Like, I wanted to try to throw him out of it, but you can't really... I don't know. Because there's no, like, frame advantage, you can't tick throw. It's quite difficult to deliberately set up kind of a throw situation. They mostly kind of happen in weird, like, trade situations. Let's throw.
Freak.
Yeah, try to...
Freak. Freak.
Oh, nice. Like, when they do an unfortunate jump near you, you can kind of punish it. That's, like, the best scenario. Because they can't, like, do some weird trickery and cancel into blocking or into throwing when they're airborne. Not over yet. I think he won the first round, right? Yeah. Alright, looked like I was able to hit him with the projectile without the aura affecting me. That's good. But it's not super easy to get the projectile to come out on command. This looks promising. Let's not assume anything, but there we go. So Shadow next, right? What can we possibly do to overcome Shadow? She's just destroying us with her cheap invisibility. Dude, even having the intro animations, by the way, it's like definitely not a common thing in 1993. Yeah, that's the special move I want her to do, the weird jump. Does that at least have a better chance of, like, punishing?
Coward. Coward.
Oh, I hate that move so much. What the fuck can I do about it? Like, jumping into the corner seems like... I mean, yeah, that was poorly timed. Or unfortunately timed, I guess. Well, speaking of time, there's no way I would have been able to win that round anyway. Like, she spends so much of the round
Coward.
invisible
Coward.
that, like... What can I really do anyway? Jumping, like, into the corner seems to be, like, the thing I can do. Well, that worked out. Oh, I was mashing throw there. I wanted to try to anti-air. Oh, she's invincible now. So when she doesn't use the move where she just spends 2 seconds off screen and then immediately reappears to throw me, nah, fuck it. Let's just do the move where she's invincible instead for a while. Fuck this game. Like, it's cool, but it's fucked. This game is fully just fucked.
Pig.
I think we're done with this game. I'm just curious to see where we end up after losing this. Well, it has to be Rax, right? Because he was like the first opponent. Weirdly enough, just leaving my controller seems like it takes longer for them to beat me than if I try to fight back. It's probably not the case, it just feels that way. Oh yeah, his standing light kick, which I guess doesn't even really connect. Oh yeah, I'm stunned. Alright, what happens here? Anyway, the raffle's open. Let's, So I lose to her, and then I have to fight Midnight. Maybe, like, in the first 3 matches, a loss means you go back 1 match. But if you lose a match later on, you go back 2 matches. I mean, I wouldn't put it past the game. It's absurd, but many things are absurd about this game, so... par for the course, I guess. Still, thank you very much for picking this game. For all of my complaining, it was honestly fun to revisit this and appreciate the parts about this game that are legitimately sick. I'm going to check in on my little spreadsheet and mark this game off as played. Cool sound effect. Eternal Champions, where are we? There we go. This was played 2020 10 16 is today's date, I believe. Let's stop the timer there. Wait, I'm fighting him again? What the heck? Was he the first opponent? I guess he must have been. I thought for sure Rax was the first opponent, but I was maybe misremembering. That was maybe when I played a different character. What the heck? This game is fucking weird. Let's see if we get a different Sega logo and maybe chill in the attract mode for a bit. Actually, I think I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. We'll keep the raffle open. I'll be back very shortly. Okay. Last call for raffle entrance. This will be the last raffle of the evening. I'm definitely starting to feel a little bit tired, and I think Eternal Champions may have taken a bit of energy out of me. I definitely enjoyed myself, though. But yeah, last raffle of the night. If you want to enter, type raffle in chat, and in about 10 seconds, I shall pick a winner. The winner of which will get to pick the final game of tonight. Well, let's go. Lamp Station. Congrats, you are the winner. You get to pick our next and final game for tonight. Take your time, peruse the list, and let me know what it's going to be. Lamp Station, are you with us? Dead or Alive 6. Okay. That can be arranged. This game I have not played much in a while, for sure. I actually bought it on release and quite enjoyed it, but kind of fell off of it fairly quickly, if I'm being honest. Let's do this. Let's boot up the old PS4. And we'll get some arcade stick situation organized here. Let's, oh yeah, the raffle's not open. And I guess we're hopping over to this scene. Stop the music. We got the Jamaican skeleton dance. Of course, we gotta have Jamaican skeleton dance. Best PlayStation 4 theme. Just check some filter settings here to fix the cropping. The best DOA game? I mean, I guess there's probably going to be different opinions on that. I definitely think it's like I said, I bought it when it came out, and I messed around with it quite a bit, and I quite enjoyed it. You know, I'd played a little bit of 5, not very much, and definitely felt that I enjoyed 5 perhaps more so than any of the previous ones I'd played. Like, I liked some of what they'd done with the systems and whatnot. Some of the meter stuff in 6 maybe gets a little weird. And I know they've changed some of it further still. That was like after I stopped playing it. If you were to say that competitively this is the best game, or like design-wise, whatever, I wouldn't be able to argue against it. But I definitely think coming off of not just DOA 5, but some of the other earlier games, the overall package and experience was definitely pretty underwhelming. Not least the fact that they dropped support for the game so quickly. How many DLCs did I buy? I think I may have gotten the like premium edition or whatever that came with 1 extra costume for everyone. They were mostly unremarkable. I don't think I bought any additional stuff after that. I don't think I bought any of the characters. Oh yeah, their last-ditch effort to make a profit on this game before they shut down everything was selling premium DLC for like single-use hair color change, which they like reversed pretty quickly. Yeah, like I think 5 had a big problem with character designs being really bland and boring. Everyone was wearing just like casual everyday outfit, and like all of the costumes and stuff like you can see here too. It's just like, oh yeah, we're releasing this DLC pack, and it's just like these 3 flavors of a bunny suit or a school uniform or a nurse outfit or whatever it is. Like all 20 of these characters will get one of these 3, and we're just like spreading them out across the entire cast, as opposed to characters actually getting costumes that were like character specific. And 5 had like pretty bland and boring costumes, and then progressively they started adding more interesting, fun stuff. They had of course, like the Halloween costume competition stuff. They had like even some of the swimsuit costumes that were some of the earlier, like more flashy outfits, or like less just not a regular casual wear outfit or whatever. They of course had a bunch of these like crossover guest costume stuff, like the Arc System Works and Tatsunoko Production and fucking Muso series or whatever. And it was my hope when 6 launched with like pretty boring looking characters in costumes that like, all right, well, they're talking, you know, they're paying a lot of lip service to this idea of like, oh, we're serious now. We're not gonna have skimpy outfits. We're gonna be, it's, you know, whatever. And it's like, well, that's pretty much exactly what they said when 5 launched. Like, oh, this is a serious game now. And then like they reversed that. Well, I shouldn't say reversed, but like it seemed like they tried to appeal to an audience who would have been dismissive of DOA by like pretending like it's, you know, it's we're all grown up now or whatever, and then like, nah, actually, never mind, fuck it. Let's actually appeal to the fans of this series by putting out more extravagant stuff. And then 6, they kind of double down on the whole thing again and saying like, no, okay, we're doing this again now. We're doing, everyone is wearing normal clothes now. But before they had the time to get into more extravagant, fun, goofy shit, they're just like, nah, actually, never mind. We're shutting this game down. We're not going to support it with more DLC. Like, I think that's the big tragedy of this game. And I think it's hard to completely, especially with what DOA is and the spectacle and the flair being such a, to me at least, central part of the appeal of these games. The way this game kind of bungled a lot of that makes it, for me at least, very hard to say that this would be the best DOA game. But talking strictly about the mechanics of the fighting, yeah, I wouldn't know, I guess, but I think that would be at least a fair argument to make. The story mode is also completely... Let me just open up this real quick. Like, oh yeah. How did, like... Can you guys help me figure out how's the story told in this mode? You just pick a box and you see a cutscene and you maybe play a fight and it's like, oh, I can't do this one yet. It's like, what the fuck is this? Oh yeah, you can. I guess you can do this. Like, oh yeah, okay, it's much easier to understand now. With fucking 4D chess. And then you play a cutscene, which is like, I don't know. I guess this is maybe the main storyline down here. But in order to unlock more here, we have to play some other fights, some other place. I'm not sure if I've played this one. I guess if there's a thumbnail, it means I can pick that one. If it's just a DOA 6 logo, it means I can't pick it yet. I mean, I can press R2 to go to the next episode, whatever that means, and like flip through some kind of order. And obviously, it's just jumping across here. I guess you play as Mai and Kula in the story. That's interesting. But you'd like do shit like this, and there is some kind of a timeline, but it's impossible to follow. And then eventually, like, you play something and it open up somewhere else. It's like bizarre. It's unbelievably, it's fucking Eternal Champions level baffling how they've put this together. It's obviously there's like not much of a narrative thrust, so I fell off of it pretty quickly. I guess we're doing, there's an arcade mode, so I guess we're doing that. I've played through this about twice, I guess. To be fair, the game does have other single-player modes. I think I've played Survival and Time Attack more, and there's the DOA Quest mission mode, which isn't amazing, but it's something. Well, why don't we try our first attempt here at normal difficulty. Yeah, so you can see, I guess technically Nyotengu and Phase 4, I think we're maybe, at least Phase 4, maybe Nyotengu as well, were like pre-order bonus or first, or like whatever. So they might be technically locked if you buy the game vanilla or whatever, but since launch, I've not bought any of the additional characters. Luigi and Rachel. Oh yeah, the fucking characters from the weird-ass mobile PC free-to-play DOA Extreme, which is still missing like half of the original DOA characters, but they've added like 12 original characters. Yeah, the layout here is a bit iffy. Well, Tina is the character I like. I can't call her my main exactly, but it's the character I would have liked the most to use in most of these games. I mean, she's my favorite character in DOA. I can say that much, I guess. I messed around a little bit with Nico, one of the new characters. She's not my kind of character aesthetically necessarily, but she had a kind of cool fighting style. Electra Altruism, choose my fighter. Lisa, actually forget it, Tina. Well, okay. I guess we're going Tina then, which is fine by me. It's not like I really know anything with any character, but and yeah, the costume situation, of course, is like pretty dire. It's just like a couple of color swaps, and unlocking them is like a grind anyway. I think this was from DOA 4. I like this costume all right, but I don't have it available anyway. Well, yeah, like so much of it is just stuff like this, which is like it's not horribly ugly or anything, but it's just everything is just kind of bland looking. Even these are all like the DLC costumes, and even they are like so like unremarkable in terms of like they look like the way someone might be dressed in real life in a kind of a dress-up situations. They don't look like fighting game character designs. I think this is from, I guess, some kind of a superhero pack or whatever. This looks way... This is like the one costume that's like a proper fighting game costume. I have obviously like not even seen most of these. Not in game anyway. I would have seen like promo pictures of some of them, but like... but we could go with the, this is the, actually I guess I probably have like a preset for it, because you can do like presets here, we can change hairstyles and sunglasses and whatever. So this is her costume that came with the premium whatever. And it's like, yeah, I like this costume. It's not, it wouldn't be my favorite, except all the other ones are pretty shit. All the costumes I bought were some of the legacy ones. Yeah, like, they kind of should have been there in the first place. Or at least... it's so frustrating. I'm so annoyed with how a lot of that was handled with this game, and given enough time, it might have been better, but I feel like they... I feel like they should have, you know, they should have probably tried to appeal to the DOA fan base first. Like, I really feel like the... That was pretty sick. I really feel like the whole approach to the character design... Like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people are like, memeing on DOA 5 and the DLC and everything, but I think that's like... Yeah, it's pretty expensive, and it's DOA 6 DLC, I think, was like even more so. Kind of not a good price, like cost proposition, I guess. But the fact that there is a ton of DLC, and it's like, wow, look at the store page and see how much you'd have to pay to buy all the DLC. It's $2,000. Like, I think that's a weird complaint, because it's just because they put out a ton of it, and over a long time, and you're not necessarily expected to buy all of it. Sure, you could re-release it and bundle it and make it cheaper, and there's things you could do to be more customer friendly about that, absolutely. But I don't think that's the major issue. A lot to be annoyed with. The DLC marketing is one of the like lesser evils. Yeah, I think so. Like looking at something like DOA 5, I think like because I think once they got to some more of that fun stuff, you know, if your complaint is like, oh, they shouldn't put out so much DLC, like, well, okay, imagine DOA 5 with not 6 years of DLC. What do you get? Well, you get DOA 6 basically, and as far as like the content available and your enjoyment of the game, I find it very hard to argue that DOA 6 was going to be like it's superior in any way, you know. I just wish it had the same legs as 5 did in terms of support. Like, it was really disappointing the way they handled the costume design contest, the one singular. They did like 5 of them for DOA 5, and they did 1 of them for 6. And instead of giving a costume to every character in the game, they released 6 costumes and immediately announced that they're not going to do any more DLC for the game. It's nice, I guess, that you can actually fight against the characters you haven't purchased in arcade mode. I mean, I guess that's probably what most fighting games do. I feel like most fighting games that have DLC characters, which is all of them, I guess, nowadays. I usually buy all the DLC characters, so I'm not really used to not having them. Yeah, I mean, like, I played DOA 2, 3, and 4 whenever each of them were kind of, you know, current. But not, you know, seriously, not for a very long time. So, like, I just don't really have a frame of reference. But I have no issues with this game in terms of how it feels and how it plays. It's just like my enjoyment of this series has always come more for the very casual aspect of the spectacle, characters, costumes, stages. To an extent, like maybe story stuff or like cutscenes, whatever, like that shit, like CG endings, you know. And this game definitely doesn't quite deliver on those fronts. 6 is easily somewhere in the bottom of the pile along with 4. I mean, I don't have a huge amount of DLC costumes or anything for 5. I played the free version of 5. Do you not get to continue, or do we? Oh, okay. I played the free version when it launched, just messed around with it very briefly. But I didn't actually pay to get the full version of DOA 5 until near the end of its life. After the costume that I had designed was a winner in the contest and was put into the game. And I was like, well, I have to buy the game now. Not that I minded. It was, you know, it's a fighting game. It seemed fun. Oh boy, I get punished now, of course. And I messed around a little bit with it, but it's like, you know, it was cool. And by that point, of course, there's like a shit ton of content. And if you just, you know, just getting the disc version of last round, you know, obviously that's like the 3rd iteration of DOA 5. So even if you didn't buy any other DLC, it came with a bunch more costumes than certainly this game did on launch. Can't remember the counter system. What costume did I design? I designed the fitness idol costume for Tina. It was in the last Halloween pack. Of course, I don't remember any of the... Is it like a... Whatever. Yeah, there we go. Giant swing. Got her. So how do we do the... Again, how do you do the S button special combo string, whatever? It's like a macro. I guess it's like punch, kick, all 3. I don't know. Well, maybe I figure it out. So basically that kind of... I'd entered some of the earlier contests. But that's the one I won. Well, I wasn't the sole winner. But my design was one of the 10, I think, that was chosen as like special reward, whatever, winners. Or award is the word I'm looking for. So I received a pin with a screenshot of Tina in the costume, like basically just a cropped version of the like promo shot they released for it. Did I just do a fucking throw escape? That's pretty sick. And I got a like a small scale like custom mini figure kind of thing. It's like a model kit. So they basically like they contacted me. It was like, you're gonna get a prize. We need your mailing address and stuff. So I was like, you know, I wasn't necessarily expecting much, but it's like, all right, cool. Are they gonna send me some games or something? And it's like, well, it wasn't that exciting. Obviously, it was cool. I'm happy to have won the contest, but I mean, the specific prizes they sent me were not particularly exciting. But the fact that something I designed for a character I really like is like officially in the game is very cool to me, and I'm very happy about it. I like the song. I think there's like an option thing to set music themes in this game, right? I think this is Tina's theme from DOA 2 or 3. From 4, okay. So yeah, I mean, I'm not like, because I'm mashing, I'm like not doing anything properly. Like, I think this game, I'm not a huge fan of the counter system. Although I think I feel like it works more consistently, or I understand it better in this, and I think it's mostly similar in 5. The way there's like multiple levels of hit stun, you get like stun and high stun, and if you hit someone out of an incorrect counter, they are put in a particular hit stun state, and some of your attacks, if they hit while an enemy, it's kind of like normal hit stun isn't hit stun in this game. Like, yeah, you can't cancel hit stun with attacks or movement, but you can always cancel them with counter. So it's never a true combo as long as, like, when I do that, like, it says 2-hit combo, but it's not really a combo in the sense that it's uninterruptible. But once you get a, like, critical stun or high stun, like, that's proper. Like, critical stun means that they cannot cancel out of that hit stun with a counter. So, like, frame data and stuff is kind of interesting. There's a lot of moves that are, like, pretty slow, but frame data for hit stun is, like, super long in this game. But that's because you can normally cancel out of it. So any kind of situation that you would recognize normally as a combo is essentially like a mix-up. And it's, I think it's interesting. I don't mind it, but it's like not my favorite. I feel like the system, it might just be, you know, me understanding the system a little bit better in 5 and 6, having played some more tutorials, and I don't know it very well now, but when I played it, I had a decent grasp. But I feel like it's a little less all over the place than some of the earlier games. Null Vortex, the counter system has been in... It's a little different to DOA 1, but in DOA 2 onwards, it's always been a thing. It works a little bit different in every game, but it's basically a thing. So every character, it's like a universal mechanic. There's a button. It's like basically the guard button, but you can block by holding back also. And if you press either, you know, back or forward plus the button, or up back and down back, because it's like high attacks, low attacks, mid punches, and mid kicks. So depending on which attack your opponent's doing, you have to hit with the correct counter, and you sort of stop their attacks. But if you try to do a counter and you get thrown, the throw is inescapable and it does way more damage. Yeah, it used to be like mids, all mids. Yeah, see, she got a counter throw because I did a counter, or yeah, a hold. I think the stage is pretty neat. There's some cool like interactions that can happen. It's not something I'd really like thought about too much, but I can agree that the stages in this are not the most exciting by DOA standards. So no traditional parry like in other fighting games. I mean, I guess I wouldn't call a parry a typical universal mechanic, but there's no like the character the universal counters or holds in this game or in this series. I would say they're the trademark of this series, so they're pretty unique. There are, see, that's the hold right there. There are parries and stuff like that, but not on a system-wide level, as in most games. I mean, like Street Fighter 3 has like a universal parry. There's other games that have similar stuff like that, but I would say most games that have something like that, it is typically kind of a character-specific thing. Yeah, DOA Superstar Diego. I think some wall throws, that's pretty sick. Like I said, I think Nico is pretty alright. Diego is just kind of whatever. I don't mind it, but it's just like, you know, if he had been able to stick around in a game that actually had some more support and you got more costumes or whatever, there's a game that didn't have this universally sort of bland feel, maybe he'd be more exciting, but... oh, okay, that was arcade mode, I guess. But like in 5, they introduced Marie Rose, who it's like, yeah, you get lore and costume parts. You have to sort of grind. They definitely improved that. You get like hundreds of pieces for your costumes. So you need 1,000 at launch. Is like you get 2 and 3 or 4 maybe. You have to beat arcade mode like 200 times, and it's random. You don't even pick which to unlock. Like it's not great. And Honoka, who's like, I really kind of hate this character. She's like everything I despise about fighting game characters. She's like a ditzy, weird child with an intellect of a 2-year-old. And she's also, of course, some kind of savant fighting genius. Like mechanically, she's like her moveset is she's got like other moves from other characters and stuff. But like it's just like the cutscenes and shit, like with her and like let's just pick this. Let's just watch this. Behold. I'm assuming we're gonna get some kind of story sequence. I tolerated Honoka until she replaced Tina in the new Extreme. Yeah, like DOA Extreme 3 and Venus Vacation, which is like the current online whatever version. Well, it's like... like fucking good DOA game music. Tricking me into getting hyped for this nonsense. Yeah, so I mean, I feel like in that like 1.5 line of dialogue, you kind of get a sense for like what kind of character she is. Like she's, yeah, like I said, she's just an idiot child who's like a super genius who can like mimic anyone's martial arts, and she's like a big fighting like dork, I guess. So like she gets super excited about seeing people fight and using their fighting styles or whatever, and it's just like, I hate it. Okay, we cleared that chapter. So there's another, I don't know, like, yeah, let's quit out of that. I'm trying to remember, like, was 5 the first time they put Momiji in a DOA? It would have been, right? She's pretty cool. I can't remember. Rig they added too, right? The kickboxing guy. I don't know what his deal is, but he's probably a little bit cooler than Diego. I think mimic characters can be interesting. I think it depends on how it's handled. For the most part, I like the idea of amalgamations and stuff like that, but it depends a little bit how it's done. Like, I think Shujinko in Mortal Kombat is an interesting character. I think with the variation system and the custom moves in MK11, he would be a perfect character to bring back to kind of just go all out with that system. I think Seth was an awesome boss in Street Fighter. But it depends on what the character is. I think Honoka is such a shit character. Her fighting style, her kind of mimic moveset, I think is the one redeeming thing. The one thing I kind of like about her. I just kind of despise her personality and this kind of, yeah, just ditzy idiot. Like, I mean, I guess at least she is legitimately like a master martial artist, even if it's kind of stupid why and how. I guess I dislike even more when you have a character like that who's sort of, their moveset is that they kind of trip over themselves and accidentally sneeze in the direction of the opponent and win. Like, that shit is just stupid to me. People dumped hard on Marie Rose, and I get why they did, but she's 100 times better than Honoka. Yeah, like, yeah. I don't like child characters in fighting games either. Like, I think Nico is fine to me because she doesn't carry herself like a child, you know? Like, I don't care exactly about, you know, what number it says on the age. I don't necessarily care about physical appearance. It's much more about how they carry themselves. And Honoka is like the extreme end of that, where she like carries herself like a 3-year-old. And Marie Rose is like, I don't know, seems a little bit more adult by comparison, but obviously there's a lot to her sort of style and aesthetic that is more going for that kind of appeal. Whereas I think Nico has much more of a like cold-blooded, like professional sort of style to her, which to me, like, it doesn't kind of trigger that thing that just annoys me so much about weird kids who, like, it just feels inappropriate in fighting. Inappropriate is maybe the wrong word to use, but it's like, it takes me out of it, I guess. To have, like, I prefer characters who are like fighters and martial artists or something like that. And when they're like weird magic accidental fighters or cutesy kids, it's just like, nah. I'm not like offended or anything like that. I just feel like it's like, I don't like Kula either, because I think she leans into that kind of thing as well. Obviously not nearly to the same degree, but I just don't really like that kind of whole thing. Just doesn't appeal to me. DOA's version of Mokujin are unknown. I mean, there's nothing like that exactly. It's more like she has a moveset that's just comprised of moves from other characters. Anyway. So yeah, DOA quest, just super quick. Like, this is kind of the mission mode or whatever. There's like, you can get rewards and stuff. You unlock more. It's not like a super exciting mode, but it's cool, and there's like a lot of it. So I like that. What about May from Guilty Gear? Does not appeal to me whatsoever. I find her kind of annoying. I wouldn't find her like repulsive or like upset that she's in the game, but she doesn't appeal to me at all. Like, I mean, I don't think she's like a terrible character design or anything. I think some of the wacky pirate stuff, the anchors, dolphins, whatever, like that is kind of cutesy and neat, which is more than I could say for anything that Honoka does in this game. But I don't know. There's exceptions. I think I like Lucky Chloe a lot because I think she's like fun, and she's a cutesy idol kind of character, which is usually what I don't like. I couldn't really put my finger on it, but I think she's kind of cool. She has a kind of a fun style to her. I weirdly, I couldn't explain why, but I actually like Momoko in KOF 11. And she's like extremely a kid, and she's such a kid character. But I think she has some pretty cool animations with like the capoeira stuff. Like, I wouldn't put her in my like anywhere near my top list of favorite KOF characters, but it's like it stands out to me because she like checks all the boxes of stuff I don't like. I think like Platinum in Blade Blue, it's definitely not a character I would say I like, but they go so far into that territory that I think they at least kind of do something with it. I don't know. But yeah, like there's just certain types of character designs or character sort of attributes, I don't know, that I just like. There's a group of people who find it appealing in one way or another, and it just is nothing for me. Rainbow Mika and Sakura are super goofy but fit in the setting. I mean, Rainbow Mika is like has always been one of my like top 3 favorite Street Fighter characters. Because she actually embodies something that I really love in a character. That she's like, she's not brooding or dark or anything. She's like happy, and she's excited to fight, and she's like pumped about fighting and wrestling, and like she's just like happy to be there. I mean, Tina is very much the same way, right? Like that's a character archetype that I love. Someone who's like just fucking pumped to be there, and just loves doing it. Like, fuck it, let's just fight. Like, I think that's fun. I like those characters because you don't want to have like. I think it I guess it ties into my idea of like earnest enjoyment. You know, it's a thing I always harp about. You know, my aversion to the idea of like ironic enjoyment of shit, and like, nah, fuck it. You should just like be honest about what you enjoy and have a positive mindset. Like, I don't know, call it corny if you want, but that kind of thing appeals to me much more so than, you know, characters who are like very reluctant to be there or are just like not interested. Like, I don't know, it could be someone like Leona in KOF. I think she has cool moves, but her like completely just like absent personality just does nothing for me. Was I in? I feel like I was halfway through some other train of thought a while back, and I can't remember. Tina's personality is like the best part about her. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I'm probably gonna like a female wrestler in any fighting game, kind of regardless. But it helps that her aesthetic and her personality is the kind of character I like. I mean, yeah, I think there's definitely parallels to be drawn between Tina and Rainbow Mika. They're not the same character. They're not. Their personalities and their styles aren't the same, but there's significant overlap, I think, in that like passionate enthusiasm expressed by the characters. But they have slightly different flavors, both of which appeal to me, I think, albeit in different ways. And I mean, I guess I could see having I don't know, super brooding, dark wrestler would have its own appeal, but that's kind of filtered through the conventions and whatever of the kind of wrestler aesthetic, I guess. But, you know, obviously, I think it's hard to put together like this perfect bingo board of attributes in a character design that I enjoy. Because obviously, you know, variety is the spice of life, and you want to have different characters, and even if there's common through lines in between different characters that I enjoy, I still have a pretty broad range of characters that I really, really like. And hey, even those, like I said, Lucky Chloe, Momoko, like there are characters that just perfectly seem to fit into that hypothetical bingo board of characteristics that I don't like, and I still end up liking that character. So, you know, can go both ways. But Tina's cool. Anyway, the end. I forgot if I had something I wanted to rant about also with regards to the DOA Extreme stuff. But yeah, I thought that it was so shit when DOA X3 was first announced, and it was just like it had like half, if not less, the amount of content as DOA X2. It was missing a bunch of characters. And then over the years, I guess DOA X3 technically doesn't get updated, but they update new stuff for the free-to-play game, Venus Vacation, and they've added like fucking 12 characters, and all of them are new characters. I think that they have added some actual DOA characters that weren't in there originally, but I'm pretty sure that Christy, Tina, and Lisa are still not in the game. Like, they have like, I don't know, to me, aside from the fact that I think a game like that, any kind of spin-off like that, should focus probably more on the original roster than a bunch of new characters. I mean, I really enjoyed the first DOA Extreme. I didn't play much of the second one. I got it a few years ago and messed around with it very briefly, but my understanding of the second one is that it kind of added a lot of grind and tedium to the game. But the first game was like just a fun, chill, vacation, relaxation, swimsuit collecting game that was, I think, fun for what it was, and had a super fun, enjoyable, relaxing tone and atmosphere to it. It was just a fun game. But obviously, you know, it still has that kind of, you know, at the end of the day, it's still a game about chilling with swimsuit babes on the beach or whatever. And with that sort of framing around it, it always struck me as weird that the later games, and also again, I guess this is just like a discrepancy between my tastes and like where the DOA fan base has gone, but like, I feel like it's I don't know if telling is the right word, but it seems symptomatic of what's going on with DOA in a way that for the third game and for the mobile version, whatever the free-play PC version, all of the female characters that are like clearly adults are like not there, and all of the like teenage childlike characters, those are the ones they put in that game, and that just seems weird to me. And it is going back to the whole like DOA 5 and 6 about like trying to appeal to the non sort of core DOA fans. That's kind of weird to me too, because like DOA Extreme Venus Vacation, I feel like, is more so like the by a significant margin the DOA thing that's like the most pandering to the kind of, you know, the DOA fan base DLC whales that are going to buy $50 single-use DLC tickets or whatever. And Elena is in the game, I guess. I don't know exactly. I just know that it's missing a bunch of characters, and they keep adding new children. But yeah, it's like DOA X stuff. I feel like very clearly, as evidenced by the fact that those games keep getting support and DOA 6 doesn't. Like that's the main market. Like that's where they make their money, and that's what they care about. Like, I don't know if it was kind of a portfolio diversification plan or what, but it's like, it does seem to me, going back to the whole like costume design and aesthetics and like the sort of more buttoned up, you know, literally and figuratively, tone of this game, like, was that meant specifically to like go in a different direction than the DOA X stuff? Because it definitely feels like this is just like a departure in a way. They're trying to distance themselves from that. But parallel to this, at the same time, they go in like 10 times harder than ever in those games. And I don't know, I just find it weird. At this point, it seems meaningless to kind of hope and think about a DOA 7, because like, is that likely to be a thing? I don't know, it doesn't seem like it. Not anytime soon anyway. I can't imagine that they would put more money and effort into a DOA 7 than they did into this game. But if it were to happen, I feel like I would want to see them embrace the kind of tone and style and aesthetic and sense that I feel like is what built the DOA fan base, as opposed to trying to appeal to a new audience. I mean, growing an audience isn't a bad thing per se, but I feel like, in a sense, their attempts to grow the audience, if that was what they were doing with 5 and 6, definitely happened at the cost of appealing to the existing fan base, to a degree. At least that's how I feel personally. Like, you know, thinking of myself as the existing fan base. If they ever make 7, I hope they remember to make the game fun, not try to chase that esports cloud. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even know if I would say that that's specifically what this game does, but I suppose there's an overlap. There's part of it. It's related for sure. Yeah, there was like fan polls and stuff, which it's what I mean again. Like, I'm just like, I'm an old man that's completely out of touch. And they've just moved on in a different direction, and that, like, the fighting games have gone in one direction, and the extreme game is in a different direction, and none of it seems to be completely what I'm looking for. Chasing esports clout that doomed Street Fighter V. I think calling Street Fighter V doomed is a little bit of a stretch. It seems to be doing all right, and it's getting new content after having been out for about 5 years. But I can see, you know, I definitely think a lot of fighting games haven't quite figured out how to deal with, like, trying to find new audiences and abandoning things about, like, old ways of doing fighting games that I think would work just fine. You know, like not having arcade modes and stuff. Like, it's fun doing these streams. Like, you go back and play a bunch of PS1 and PS2 games. You see all these different modes and shit, and so few games nowadays do these things. To be fair, I think everything is more expensive and more complicated, and it's harder to justify doing stuff that has no visible, tangible return on investment. So it's understandable, but that doesn't mean it's not unfortunate. But who knows? I mean, like I said, I think ultimately it comes down to the games being really expensive to make. And if you look at 25-year-old games, 20-year-old games, 15-year-old games, the fact that they were less expensive to make, the fact that fighting games were more popular relative to other genres than they are now, I understand that it's harder to... it's easier said than done to just, like, say, hey, look at all the modes that were in Tekken 3. That they should all be in Tekken 7. I mean, they kind of should, but it's not always as easy as that. But I think sometimes the justification used for not including some things that doesn't seem like it should be that complicated seems a bit questionable. Anyway, this has been fun. It's been an emotional roller coaster. We played some super sick games, some very frustrating games, some kind of disappointingly mediocre games, but every single one has been fun to revisit in its own way. Very much the reason I do these streams, to get an excuse to dig out some games I would not have personally chosen to have dug out and play, maybe. Yeah, these streams are always exciting and enjoyable, even when I swear about a game being shit for an hour straight, like I did with Eternal Champions. But we're going to wrap it up there. I'll be back soon, and we might be looking at some Halloween-themed stuff in the near future. Not exactly sure, but it's very much a possibility. More art upcoming, I guess. We've got a lot of requests coming in, and yeah, I gotta get started drawing some shit this weekend, I think. stick around. We'll see. I'll host someone who's streaming. I'm sure someone else is up streaming, playing video games at this hour, because why wouldn't they be? It's Friday night after all. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. It's been fun. I'll see you guys soon. Playing some other video game on the internet. We'll figure it out. Playing it by ear a little bit. Take care, everybody. Thanks for watching. Bye.